Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, welcome to day 2 of the live streamed repair and restoration session. I've got a Hofner Galaxie from the 90s, not the 60s version, which it would be cool, and it's something I'm working up to, that I bought on a whim. I thought it would be interesting to take apart. It's got 3 mini humbuckers, each individually switched on or off. There's no master 5-way switch or anything like that. It's relatively simple volume, tone, jack out, etc. It's got a very cool tremolo system, and it turned out that it had pretty much the worst frets I had ever personally experienced. And by saying pretty much the worst, I'm actually saying they were abysmal. I can't believe that any guitar left the factory like that. But the end result, however, is earlier in this week, we managed to get them perfectly level and crowned and polished and supremely comfy. It was touch and go as to whether we would need to take everything out and start again. I took a lot of material off, and the fretboard itself was slightly not square, flat, shall we say. But I am very happy that what we're going to end up with here is a very playable guitar in the not too distant future. Okay, so this is being done as a live stream. Currently we have 2 regular recurring live streams every week, barring holidays and natural disasters, I suppose. And those are Sunday evenings at 8 PM UK time, where I have a live Q&A. I'll sit down for an hour and a half or so and answer as many questions as you guys possibly have. And then Mondays from 11 AM UK time again, I will be doing something, be it a guitar build or repair, restoration, something. Well, we've got to keep each other guessing now, don't we? Anyway, live stream, we've got Anonymous Botch, Johan van Lupe, Afterlife Guitars, Robert R, BB Guitars is in the house, Gody the Roadie, a bunch of green names. These are people who are members on our YouTube members and supporters of the channel in that way. I really appreciate that. I must say, the live streams are on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel if you're watching the edit of this video, not on the Crimson Guitars main channel. BB Guitars, Gody the Roadie, Black Wraith. Greetings from the land of the summer, people. We've got a couple of roadies in the house. George Davis, Afterlife Guitars. Morning Afterlife, how you doing? Arto Serkia, JS Trucking, Fukami, J-Rods Customs, sounds interesting. The big unit is in, we're all here. Now, the rules are the same. I will keep an eye on the chat if I can, but if you absolutely, A, want to support the channel, but B, guarantee an answer, then send through a super chat and I will get that. In fact, Johan van Loop has just come in with a super chat saying, "Hi Ben, what's your gossip? How many irons do you have in the fire?" Far too many, far too many. The interesting thing though is I finally got my psychiatric assessment for ADHD next week, which means I'm one step closer to actually seeing if I can get treatment, and if that will make any difference to who and how I am. If it's negative, I'm trusting you guys to let me know. I have now managed to pull the Vintage Tool Shop and Crimson Guitars entirely together. It's been a 6-month process, but it really is working out rather well. We are about to start full restoration out of Crimson now. There are thousands of tools there waiting to be restored, and that's being set up. So if you've been following vintagetoolshop.com, you will have noticed a drop off in the quality of what we've been doing there, because we've been buying, lightly cleaning up if absolutely necessary, and then just putting it out, which wasn't to the same standard that we had set up before. But that's coming on quite nicely. I've just bought another Les Paul with a broken and I think okay repaired headstock. So I've now got 2 Les Pauls to do this sort of thing with. There's a hell of a lot going on. Yeah. I mean, irons in the fire. We've got 3 or 4 websites to build, a couple of brands to launch. We're doing white label builds for people. There's a lot. I'm really worrying about the sort of financial state of the world for the next 2 or 3 years, and what we as a company would do if we go into full recession, or if. I think that's pretty much a given at this point. So I'm doing a lot of thinking about that, and one of the options is our kit guitars. I'm actually considering dropping the prices if we can do that. It would require spending a little bit less time sanding, etc. The base kit will be the same with the same fit and all of that, but it means 5 minutes more sanding on the part of the person building it. And also, we had our first timber drop last week. I really haven't planted this comment, by the way, but it's perfect for advertising purposes. Yeah, we had our first timber drop last week on Sunday, where a load of timber was photographed and all went live on Sunday evening on the crimsonguitars.com website. And that will now become, I hope, a weekly thing. And we're going to rapidly build up the amount of cool timber available. I saw some phenomenal flamed oak the other day that I'm going to turn into a couple of tops. So there we go. Off the top of my head, that's I mean, where we're at. Wood, vintage tools. I've got a bunch of new tools in progress, all sorts. Robert R says, Ben, did I see a shim in the neck pocket of that Hofner? It did. You did. Shim in the neck, and I think it came from the factory. It's so that's interesting, and it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've got a Tune-o-matic style bridge on this, and a flat, as near as I can tell, flat ruler. Yeah, so that is from the bottom of the fretboard to the bottom of the neck, 20. Yeah. There might be a 0.5 millimeter angle on there, but I think that's probably just me wishful thinking. So no, they've taken a standard Strat or Strat style neck pocket, and I suppose in the interests of fairness, what's the pocket doing? Okay, so there is a little bit of an angle in the pocket. So it goes from 19 millimeters deep at the nut end to 18 millimeters deep at the final fret. So there's a little bit of an angle, but not enough. Simon Lloyd, welcome. Just signed up as a member. Really appreciate that. And yeah, welcome to the club. There's going to be there's all sorts of extras and bits and pieces, and I'm working on getting more of that. In fact, before this live stream, I spent an hour filming a video that's going to be essentially, I've got a gorgeous set of socketed Marples chisels that I think could be an incredible set of chisels, but I've had them for a year and I just needed to restore them. When did I raffle off or auction off my my Ashley R's chisels? I've had these since then waiting in the wings, and I finally decided today, screw it, I will film a whole thing, do a lot of talking, etc. The members and patrons or patrons, etc., will get the full tutorial. So it'll be an edited 30-40 minute video, maybe 20 minutes, I don't know. Lots of talking, what I'm doing, etc. And then on the main channel, it's just going to be a 10-minute no talking, restoring, or minimal talking. I mean, this is me after all. Anyway, people, it looks from the numbers that I can see in front of me that somebody before the stream even started sent through a super chat. I cannot see that question. It's not showing up. I can only see the chat from when I logged in. If any of you have got a record of what that question is, would you mind putting it in the chat and sort of flashing it at me so that I can actually answer that question? Because that would be good. There we go. Okay, Nikki Van Driel says, I can buy a Luban number 62 plane for 120 euros, basically new. Would you do it? If I recall correctly, they are about 180 or so. Luban number 62. Louboutin number 62. Apparently that's a really expensive shoe. Yeah, we're talking 500 to 2,000 pounds. Aha. Okay, Google, you've kind of got the wrong person. Luban number 62 plane. Huh. Kunz are doing number 62s now at 190 odd or thereabouts. I don't know. Basically, that is a very, 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 very good plane. And yes, I would. Just out of interest, I'm just Googling number 62 planes in total. So Stanley are doing a version that is available. There we go. Quangsheng number 62 is 192.50 from Workshop Heaven. I would say if you can get it for 120 euros, absolutely do it. It is an incredible plane. This is the Lee Nielsen version. I've got the Luban at the other workshop. That's Luban, that's Luban, that's Luban. I am a fan of their tools. I really am. They're very, very, very well made. Okay, so let me put this on silent. Whoa. I'm getting into the day. I really am. Alex Anderson says, "Hey Bun, how is the extension going along?" The shed extension is going really well. It's entirely, thoroughly, 100% insulated, and I'm really happy with that. I now need to start preparing for the next stages, actually putting stuff in. The main reason I'm doing it is to make more space up at the house. As the children get bigger, they take more space, so I'm being shrunk out of my own areas, which is fine. I asked Orson, who was on the roof in the video, I asked Orson if he would like to move in with me, and you know, the two of us could just live here. And he was, yes, no questions asked, 100%. Yeah, I'll come live with you in the shed. Where did you go to the loo, Dad? Anyway. Okay, Scott Davies is coming with a super chat. Thanks very much, Scott. Scott says, "Hey Ben, can you think of an alternative to epoxy to give the same effect? P.S. I saw you in Cardiff a few months ago. If you weren't with your boy, I would have said hello. I love the channel and the tools." No, seriously, even when I'm with the kids, please come and say hi. It's always, unless I am in IKEA and obviously having a hard time, always come up. It's all good. Yeah, it's cool. We both enjoy it. And I love Cardiff. I need to go back, actually. I really do. Yeah, good point. Yeah. Thoughts, plans. Okay. Can I think of an alternative to epoxy to give the same effect? I'm not sure what effect you're talking about. Essentially, if we're talking about... Scott, could you elaborate just in the normal chat without a super chat, and we will keep an eye out for that. There aren't any alternatives to epoxy for casting or for resins for casting stuff. As a glue, yes. I mean, I tend not to use epoxy as a glue for most things, really. But I want to know what exactly you're talking about. Anonymous Botch, thank you very much. Says the early super chat was Dave Lazari, who sent 15 Aussie dollars, and it was just a excuse me, it was a, what were the face things? Emoji. It was an emoji character on the floor laughing really hard. I appreciate the fact that you've used your money to do that. Thank you very much, Dave. Okay. I've been talking for 2 minutes. I'm already for 15 minutes. How time flies. Let's start getting prepared. I'll answer another bunch of questions quickly before we start, but at this stage, I'm excited to see what happens to this. Don't forget that this instrument is currently being raffled off. There is a link in the description below. It could be yours, it can be yours, and there's very low odds. I think only 200 or so tickets have been sold. 224 tickets have been sold so far. So essentially, well, yeah, 1 in 224 if you buy one ticket as it currently stands, to win essentially a 700 or 800 quid guitar with about 700 or 800 quid's worth of work being done on it. Okay. Now, Scott, let's see if there's a question. For things like a river table, I mean, yeah, I love the look, but I hate that it's plastic. There is no alternative other than in early days, the first times I saw things like that, it wasn't quite the same, but it was similar. It was people taking glass, and essentially you'd have your table, you'd then, I think it was waterjet actually, waterjet cut the glass to fit the lines that you wanted, and then that gets plopped into the wood, but it's a sort of a relatively thin thing rather than the full thickness. Let's say 20 years ago, I had a workshop next to a company that imported and then modified those giant copper baths, and it was really interesting. But this guy decided he wanted a glass coffee table, and he wanted a 4-inch thick glass coffee table, the size of my workbench. He ordered 2 of these things just in case something went wrong, and one of them ended up sitting outside his workshop for years, and there wasn't a forklift on site. It was absolutely impossible to move this thing. It was so heavy. So there we go. Okay, Sandy Drozdek says, random thought this afternoon. I describe my ADHD as squirrel brain. Oh, look, a squirrel. And then you have literal squirrels in your workshop. The squirrels are there because apparently all of you guys always knew that I had this. I just didn't realize. So I've had the squirrels for years because I show ADHD tendencies, but yeah, it had never been done. Sawdust Passion says they made the river table without the river. And Damon McCartney has also just joined Cool Beans as a new member on the YouTube. So thank you very much and welcome. Rage Quit says, come to Vermont, Ben. Maple and walnut are great here. Don't tempt me. Fantastic. Okay. All right, come on then. So what we've got, the neck is pretty much there. The fretwork on the neck is pretty much there. I actually recall now that I wanted to start on this because the finish is just looking a little bit sad. So there we go, 3. So we've got a light V shape there. It's nice and comfortable. Yeah, so it's fairly thick until the first fret, so I'll go just behind the first fret there. And we are currently sitting at 20.5. And then at the 12th fret, I need to get myself some plastic calipers just for this particular task. .5 and exactly 23 millimeters thick. So it's a classically slim and comfortable neck. It goes from a light V to a C shape, which I really like. I mean, I really like that. But I'm not happy with the finish here. As I mentioned last time, you can see some scratches in it, but that is short of a full refinish. Nothing's going to happen. We can't get rid of that, and we're not doing full refinish. Tutum Carmen says, Ben, how about buying the cheapest guitar you can find and then making it as playable as possible? There are other people that do that. I do have a vested interest in people buying expensive guitars because, hey, we make them. So anything I can do to not show how easy that is in my best interest, to be honest. But yes. Rage Quit says, Toot, I did a video like that and Luthiers roasted me on Reddit. The issue that we have... Okay, so yes, I have a vested interest and I'm always honest with you guys. Am I always honest with you guys? Pretty much I'm always honest with you guys. I really... Let me put it this way. The best way for you to get high quality hardware and really good pickups is to go on eBay and buy people's projects. Because somebody will put 500, 600, 700 quid's worth of hardware and pickups and electronics and all that sort of stuff in a guitar that retails for 200 or 300 quid. And then they're going to sell that guitar when they don't need it anymore for 200 or 300 quid, if that. And I have a major issue with that. I really, yeah, that just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right that if I'm promoting that, then you end up, I'm promoting people just losing money. If it's something that you're going to keep for the rest of your life, cool. If it's a guitar that you absolutely love and have had for years but want to bring up to the level of your other guitars, fine. But just literally throwing money into something that is not going to have any value at the end, that feels wrong to me. Coffee. Goth Rider says, Bun, how thick can I get away with my neck or fretboard before it gets unplayable? I need to keep as thick as possible to have half a chance of not breaking. I mean, it depends on who you are and how big your hands are and what you're comfortable with. Why are you running the risk of it breaking? I've got a niggle in the back of my mind that says I should know exactly what we're talking about here, but I'm not. Yes, Fukami says, Ben, in a nutshell, we're not going to do a refinish. 10 seconds later, locked in contemplation, thinking about refinishing the guitar anyway. I'm not thinking about refinishing the guitar, I'm thinking about sanding the fretboard down, the neck down, because I can't really deal with leaving something with sanding scratches in it. Let's do a poll. Doug Holmes says, you seemed quite annoyed when I mentioned that I bought a left-handed guitar for 40 quid. I wouldn't say annoyed. I hope I didn't come across as annoyed. The only person that's properly annoyed me was Yeah. It is incredible what can be made these days for basically no money. And it does make it very difficult for a small guitar company to do things because, you know, it does. But my business isn't actually building guitars for the most part. The bulk of what we do is teaching and building and the school and all of that. I find it amazing that you can get a guitar for 40 quid that can be perfectly serviceable. But anyway, now I'm going to do a quick poll. Refinish the neck, yes or no? Okay, so essentially what that would look like is I would sand down the neck, scrape that back till we've got raw maple, and then the wipe on guitar finishing lacquer is pretty much the best bet for the day. It is not necessarily, and I'm only talking about the playing surface. I don't want to go through the whole process. Yeah. Well, let's see what... Yeah, guys. 79% yes already. Okay. Mic 2 is currently on and working. That's good. I don't want to slurp in your ears. But I did need that coffee in my system. Okay, I can see what's happening here. I'm going to move this body because it's just going to get in the way. %, 77%. It's going in the right direction. Alright, there's 149 people watching, only 45 likes, and only 57 of you have voted. So we'll end this when 100 of you have voted, or I'm just gonna I don't know, we'll see. But I suspect I know what's happening. That's recording, that's on air. That's a little bit dusty. Okay. %, yes. Okay. Doug Holmes says, I should have qualified that by saying that it was a second hand and the dad was cleaning out his son's old room. It still needs, and I've just bought a new neck. Hell, 40 quid just for a body without a neck and second hand, that's more like it. But still. Sand it, sand it, sand it. Everybody is saying sand it. 71, 72 people, 75 people. We'll call it there. Alrighty, so 71% say that I need to refinish this neck in some way because we do have scratch marks and sanding marks in the neck, and it just isn't good enough. So not only that, but we've got, let's see if I can show you. So I'm not sure how much you can see, but you have got sanding scratches going all the way across, which is not ideal. Let's go. I don't have enough lights in here, can you believe it? Ah, there you go, you can see all that. So it's going across the grain because they're fills, but also the same thing on the binding. And that's just not ideal. So yeah, scratches on the neck, on the binding, not ideal. Let us let's get busy, shall we? Okay. This is a fairly delicate finish. I'm wondering, I could try and sand it back, but if possible, because of the live stream, I don't want to use a machine. I'm wondering what would happen with a scraper. Do we have any? So this could probably do with a little bit of a sharpen. Oh, look at that. Isn't that more pleasant than taking out a random orbital sander or something? Not that sanders don't have their places, but you know, I can talk to you and I can see what's happening, and I'm getting a pretty good finish straight off the sander, straight off the scraper. This is a prime opportunity for one of those pretty shots of somebody doing something and then the material just sort of falling on the camera. Don't you think? Yeah. Did you see me get distracted then? Oh, there we go. So in reality, the fact that I'm going to be adding a relatively soft finish, i.e. not a 2-pack polyurethane, to this maple neck, I'm not... This stuff on here is so soft that I'm not actually making the guitar worse in any way, which surprises me. I would assume that most maple necks would have a nice, hard 2-pack finish. This is just very, very, very soft. Now, 3, there we are. So remember, this is a slab saw neck, but it does appear to be good quality timber, and that's one of the things about budget instruments these days, is they do tend to be, I say these days, you know, in recent decades, they do tend to be good quality wood, which yeah, is quite important. Quite important. It's very important. Doody-doody-doo. Line yourself up, camera. This scraper is removing scratches from the wood as well. So I'm going to not have huge amounts of sanding to do. Scrapers are absolutely amazing tools, and they don't need to be as scary as you think. A lot of people are really worried about sharpening them. It's not that difficult. Okay, so I've been going from one end to the other where the grain is going down like that, but at this point up at the neck I need to go with the grain. Garage Master guitars. I know how to sharpen a scraper. I just can't get them sharp yet. I heard something the other day, or read something the other day, and it really stuck with me. If you want to get good at something, if you want to get properly good at something, you have to have the courage to suck at it first. And I will add, or be stupid enough to think, as was the case with me, that you were amazing. So early on I really sucked, but I was so stuck on my own ass I didn't realize. But yeah, you have, in order to get good at something, you have to suck at it first. Period. And you have to have guts. That's not an easy thing. Okay, now I am Rage Quit says, not that difficult, I've only been able to get it sharp once, I got to get better. It is all about the preparation. Like, seriously, a lot of people think that hitting it with the burnisher is the bit. Burnishing it is... There is zero skill involved in burnishing a scraper. It is entirely about flattening the two edges so that you've got a proper, square, flat edge with which to turn the burr. If that isn't square and flat, you will not get it sharp. Okay, so leveling beam is my current favorite way of doing it and the fastest. Leveling beam followed by, I suppose, if you want to get a really razor sharp scraper, some finer water stones. So the shinier that is on those two faces, the better it'll be. Anyway, at this stage, I'm wondering if I will be able to. Wow, look at that! The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. That's very white. I think we could stain this. And if we're doing that, we need to scrape. We need to, since that's come off so easily, let's just do the job properly, shall we? I mean, yeah, why not? I just know I'm going to have to sharpen the scraper soon, aren't I? Air fryer, I'll send that to the guys now. That's the one. Yes, we have a new team working on emails and all of that stuff at the moment. Oh, here we go. All right, so with scrapers you've got nice big thick fat ones, and then you've got very thin ones for different purposes. The thin is very flexible, and I thought that would be good for the rounded edges, but a nice big chunky beastie is exactly what I need for this. Put a little bit of a curve in it. And this is how you're supposed to use scrapers. Much better. And yes, I will sharpen the scraper in a second. It does also depend on the quality of the steel, the quality of the scraper that you have. Now you can make one out of an old saw blade, as long as it's not pitted and rusty. That will be perfect. Where are we going? Robert R says, don't remove too much, you're going to need to reshim the neck. I'm certainly going to be reshimming the neck, and that's going to be a standalone video. Because it currently sucks. Essentially, the shim that we currently have is, let's go there, shall we? The shim that we currently have is only in the end of the... no, that's just not going to work. Hold on. Whoop. There goes the hand tool only build. Few too many projects on the go. Work holding. Work holding is everything. So is sharpening. Now I don't want to remove, I actually don't want to remove any material from inside the neck pocket area. Scrape the binding clean. This is going to be the single most looked after one of this particular model of these guitars ever, I suspect. So the neck pocket is there. I'm aware of the fret ends because they could also dent my scraper. Okay, do. We're all good, coming together. You do see how much more pleasurable using a scraper is than sanding. Although sanding is absolutely required at times too. Gertie the Roadie says, what's a good alternative to a scraper? I see Stanley blades and razor blades used. Stanley blades and razor blades are an alternative to scrapers. They are not a good alternative to a scraper. Look at a razor blade's edge under a mirror and you will see that it is actually really coarse. It's like a saw. One of these, sharpened properly, has a much finer edge. You don't have that saw blade kind of thing. And that is what gives you the finish. So, you know, a razor blade will do the job, especially a fresh one, but it won't do the job as well as a scraper. As a good scraper, well set up. Okay, so here's a little tiny Luthier scraper, for example, and when I sharpened this beastie up, I tried really hard to get it proper. So you see how it's difficult to film. That there, my edges are polished and buffed and super shiny. And that means that when I pull my burr over, that burr won't have the coarseness that, for example, that side has on this big one, because there's little micro pits than things in here. Now this one's for coarsework, and it's fine. But you want to do really, really, really fine work, you want to have a scraper sharpened to that level. Sorry editors, I was messing around with audio. I was using the wrong thing because I'm coughing in people's ears. Oh, we have a super chat. Sweetie, how you doing? Sweetie says, because I always start any day you have a stream with a super chat. Peace and love. I appreciate that, man. You are... Yeah, good morning. I've just realised I haven't actually watched any great guitar build off anything in about 2 weeks. It's been, yeah, not a great couple of weeks from that point of view. All right, since we're doing the whole neck, I might as well, well, I need to do the headstock as well, but I don't want to touch the black paint on the front here. Marsha Levine, oh my gosh, I was thinking about you this morning. I love using scrapers when taking off old finish. I used them a ton on my old rocking chair project that I sent you pictures of. I remember it well. They saved my hands, especially when working on the spindles. They do on rounder items. It's perfect. On a great big flat surface, it feels like a little bit like work at times. But yeah, I love them. It's one of the tools that I regret not trying to master sooner, shall we say. So here's an example of the level of finish, or the level of quality of this instrument. I'm scraping away flat, and we've still got machine marks here, but they're also lower than the surface of the wood. So in other words, it wasn't sanded. It just wasn't sanded properly, basically, if at all. Yes, with regards to GGBO, I need to just sit down and sort of beast through. Nobody's going to get full attention, I think. But if I can watch on 2.5 times, I'm going to be able to watch a lot. Tanya and I have been watching, but the last couple of weeks it's just fallen by the wayside. Okay. You are focused. Ooh, there's a dent. There's a dent in the end of the headstock here. And that's the problem with the scraper then, is it wants to go in the dent. So instead of going there, the dent is that long, I'm going at an angle to that so I don't fall into it. And thus I'll be able to remove it. All right. Well, that has made some progress. Back of the headstock, and then I'll be able to hit it with probably, I'll start at 240 grit, and hell, I could leave it at 240 grit potentially. We'll see. Well, that worked. I nearly hit myself in the face with the clamp there, twice. Message for the editor. Can you turn that whole process into a standalone video to go on the extras channel, and then it will eventually be for patrons, etc., but it will eventually be made live as a video just on the extras channel, scraping the finish off an old guitar neck, or stripping a guitar neck using a hand scraper or a cabinet scraper. There we go. I think that could be quite a cool little video. Okay, Sweet Tea says, I'm on a 2-week cycle, bouncing back and forth from GGBO to the figure 8 hollow body I'm doing, back to GGBO on Monday. I always try and do things like that, and then the second I start filming or the second I start working on something, I get distracted and create a whole different thing. I was not going to be stripping this finish down an hour ago. Nowhere near. But anyway, it's all fun and games. Come on. I'm not putting very much pressure on this. It's a very, very, very sharp little scraper, and the fret ends are beautiful and round and polished, and it's actually just bumping over them without damaging either the scraper or the fret ends. Now I may need to come back after the sanding process to re-scrape this binding clean, but I'm fine with that. It's a fairly meditative and quick process. It amazes me how soft that finish is. It's almost non-existent. Black Wraith, who's been a member for 3 months, says, Ben, if you could learn any one skill from anyone in history, what would that skill be? Who would you learn it from and why? One skill. Oh, come on. The first thing that comes to mind is true Greek fire and, I don't know, Aristotle or something like that. The next thing is flint napping, and it would be a caveman. Proper flint napping could be cool. Self-control. I don't know. Please teach me self-control, people. Santana, how to get his tone, and because I've always wanted to. Let's do that one. How about you guys? That's the real question. Okay, because I promised, let's do a quick scraper tutorial, scraper sharpening tutorial. I don't suppose we want a brand new one, do we? So the edges of this are not perfect. So this is now a little bit blunt. What you're after here, hey editors, turn this into a story or something, or a short. Maybe a short, scraper sharpening short. I am going to do a standalone video for the main channel, sharpening the miniature Luthiers scrapers at some point. So yeah, there we go. So here we go. I've been using this for a while. It's a little bit blunt. I've still got a burr here, but I need to start again. It is absolutely paramount, of paramount importance, to have a nice square edge. And in fact, two nice square edges. Corners. I want a corner. That's what that's called. And you can see how shiny that edge is there. You need to achieve the same level of finish across the board. Now, I use a leveling beam, Luthiers tool. This has currently got old 320 grit paper on it, and it's, in my mind, the fastest way of getting a nice flat finish. Now, if I want to go for a perfectly sharpened, fine finishing scraper, I would then move on to, after this stage, a waterstone, a nice flat waterstone. But you can see how I'm getting a good finish there. And that needs to be the whole surface, right up to the edge. So hard to film. Other side. Mark Jennings, I saw the content of your comment and said, that sounds like Mark Jennings, and then checked the name and I was right. The Big Unit says, Ben, did you see my email with the egg beater drill? I haven't yet. Give me a second, I'll check that. Once you're happy with both sides, then it's a case of holding it nice and flat, nice and square, and yeah. This is the important part, not the burnishing. And you will be able to see roundovers if you've got it. It's looking pretty good. So even from there, I should be able to use it as a scraper. See? That doesn't have a burr on it. but it will scrape. Now the next stage is to turn a burr. And if I just put it in a vise, there are various ways of doing this. Option number one is put it off the edge of a workbench, hold your burnisher like this, and go along. But before you do that, you need to work hard on the scraper. And putting my burnisher, which is a polished, hardened steel rod, flat on the scraper, pushed down, boom, boom, boom. And essentially I'm hardening the steel a little bit and also drawing it out like so. Now the fact that I can hear a little bit of scraping means that this needs to be polished a bit. And then you can go at a very slight angle. And I'm turning a burr over. Okay, the other option, so I've done a burr on that side. The other option is in a vise. And you do need to be careful about this because it it can, this is a relatively pointy chunk of steel that is, if you slip, it will hurt, trust me. And remember, I'm working on this side here. And I should have some nice shavings. And that there is how you sharpen a scraper by hand. There are tools, there are jigs, there are burnishing things that set the angle, etc. And those are available, but in reality I can take a slightly blunt scraper and resharpen it to serviceable within a minute or two, when I'm not talking about it, of course. Okay. Where are we? We've been going for an hour and 20 minutes, and of course we're already on a job. I've done two whole jobs that I had not planned on when the video started. Typical. Okay, before I get stuck in, do we have any questions or comments or criticisms? The big unit says, well, that looks like a new way to likely hurt myself. There are 1 million ways to accidentally hurt oneself, and I am adept, and I am an adept at all of them. Only once. Now, I really got my palm once while I was using a file to shape a custom shaped scraper, and I slipped and stabbed myself, and it was an only once kind of an accident. Rab, I was using 320 old 320 grit paper. Okay. My pleasure, Damon. No worries whatsoever. Okay, I'm trying to open my email thing, but it is just not doing it. So, oh, aha. Hold on, it's opening it off. Nope, this is not happening today. Okay, I'll check my emails later. Right. So at this stage we've got a scraped neck, and I'm going to go straight in at 240 grit. And I'm using Worth paper at the moment. It seems to last a good long time. I'm just evening the finish off here. I've got, I think, most of the sanding marks that were left by the factory out, and I'm just making sure I want to stain this. So I want to remove as much of the, well, I want to remove all of the finish if I can. But this was the area where I had lots of scratch marks from what looked like 60 grit or 80 grit paper going across the grain, which is just egregiously bad. I'm trying to avoid the binding as well. Carol, I hope you get well soon. See you Sunday. I'm not seeing many people talking about skills that they would like to learn and from who. Come on, it's only fair. Have a good day at work, Marsha. since we're already here, and we've currently got a shim in the body, what I could do is just plane a little bit more of an angle on the back of the heel here. Now, I do have space. I do have space. What I need to do is push that down a little bit. That puts the neck up, and we won't need a shim. So yeah, let's do that. It also means I get to play with my new plane. Ha 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 ha. By new plane, where are we? Here we go. This is I did an unboxing through vintagetoolshop.com on the main channel, where we had just a giant box of tools arrive. This was when I still had the Vintage Tool Shop premises, at least. And this tiny little Spears infill smoothing plane came in, and I immediately nabbed it. I only restored it yesterday. So, yeah, let's see. I only want to remove basically just over 1 millimeter. And of course the grain's going the wrong way. Let's just see. So because the grain's going that way, I really need to be planing towards the heel, but I need to set the angle first here by going across the grain, which is less likely to cause tear out. And then once I've got that, then we go. Although the grain, it's cross grain. Of course it's cross grained. Going both ways. Okay. when the grain is being difficult, you attack it with a Shinto, and yeah, when a bladed tool isn't doing its job, an abrasive tool is the one. There we go. There we go. So essentially going with a very sharp plane, a cross grain like that is slicing everything, and I have changed the angle. The leveling beam's a little bit dirty. Suede brush. Okay, so the end result is we've now got a slightly longer heel here, which isn't actually, well, it's not a problem. It doesn't affect how you play up towards the back. I can recarve if I want to, and I suppose just for the sake of fun. For the sake of fun and enlightenment, I suppose we should. Why not? Iwasaki. Using my finger here as a depth stop or a stop against the safe edge of the file there, or the rasp. Nice. Are we having fun? Then he dropped that. Garage Master, the scraper was sharpened while you were out, absolutely.
I'm being careful to avoid the black, but even if I hit the edge, the new finish will go on there and it'll be fine. Nearly there. This feels like a guitar build rather than a quick repair now. Cool. So the amount of time that I've just put into scraping, the finish off and then sanding this neck back probably equals more time than was taken to build the entire guitar in the first place, in reality. Apart from maybe the wiring, but even so, I'm not so sure. No, that's disingenuous. No, I lied. That's impossible. 2 hours. I've been working on this for 2 hours now. But, yeah, what can you do? Those of you that were watching last week, I was, on Monday, I was talking about the fact that I wanted to do this sort of thing more often. I wanted to get a high-end guitar, take it apart, look at the insides, measure it, etc. And you said that that's what Trogley's Guitar Show does. I mean, he's predominantly Les Pauls, or Gibson, at the very least. And I can't compete with his knowledge. I'm doing this from the point of view of a guitar builder who is doing it to learn about the other guitars. I'm not doing it from the point of view of an expert in vintage guitars or an expert in Gibson who is then teaching. And I got to thinking, what do I have that he doesn't, that Trogley's doesn't at the very least? And that is that I am a builder. And I don't necessarily want to customize every single guitar I touch, but I have often thought that it would be cool to do what people do with cars, and to take a known Porsche or whatever and then customize the nuts off it. And doing stuff like that on existing guitars could devalue them, potentially, but it could be fun. What do you think? And Craig just said crimson inlay on the back of the headstock. I do think that at this stage I need to, underneath the finish in some way, indicate that it has been customized and that I've done something on it, just in case in the future somebody looks at it and says, oh, well. One piece of sandpaper. Forrest Pfeiffer says Trogley isn't really teaching as such, he's more documenting the guitars and selling them on. He's basically a dealer with a YouTube channel. He is a very knowledgeable dealer with a YouTube channel. He is documenting, and that's sort of the thing. I'm thinking about doing it from a point of view of documenting, of teaching, and being able to then monetize it in a certain way, potentially with plans or the wiring diagrams or something like that, because everything needs to be monetized at some point. Or does it? But no, I need to learn. I need to learn. And I think that the best way for me to learn and improve my building is to experience as many guitars as possible. It did occur to me that it could be fun to
You know those stories where somebody starts with a paperclip and trades their way up to whatever? It could be fun to set an insane goal like, hey, I want to own a 59 Les Paul. Let's see if I can achieve the point where I can just buy one outright. Could be fun. Let's take this guitar, raffle it off, make the money, restore it, whatever, and end up with a guitar that, no, I could never justify it, but it could be fun. All right, so the question is, everybody, what do we want to do with the color? It was a sort of off yellowy kind of a thing. The guitar itself is red, it's cherry red. I'm currently thinking sort of an amber, something like that. No, burn it. No, Casey, I'm not burning it. You don't want to burn necks if you can help it. It is your go-to answer, isn't it? Natural maple satin finish. Amber would have been Forest Pfeiffer's choice. Johan van Loopy says egg yolk yellow. The big unit says, my brother just did that. He started with a cheap Washburn and a crappy practice amp. He now has a Marshall half stack and a Gibson Trad Pro. I mean, it's doable. And I would be, you know, instead of trading, so there's somebody that loses, because if you're just trading a standard Washburn for something that's, you know, a little bit better, the person on the other end of the deal got a bad deal. I would be buying guitars, improving them, fixing them, teaching, fixing where required, teaching all of you guys, and then raffling them off to you guys. And then taking that money and buying a slightly better guitar, or if not a slightly better guitar, an interesting guitar, to then do the same thing. But the end goal would be to raise 150 grand to put into a 59 Les Paul, or a 58 I suppose, that could then be on the bench, and we could actually, the more I talk about this, the more I like it. The more I talk about it, the more I like this, because what we could then do, buy the 59 and then build a dead nuts perfect replica on the channel. I mean, that could be a year-long project in and of itself. There's one little area here where I've still got some just a little bit of tear out where the scraper was going against the grain for a second because I wasn't concentrating.
Daniel Wotan says trade up to a 59 and then give it away to me. I think if I trade up, if I ever end up with a 59 in my possession, it stays in my possession. Or ends up, the only alternative is a proper gigging musician who would actually use it and, you know, record with it. Casey McDermott says, imagine winning a 59 Les Paul by spending $1 in a raffle. Now, this seriously, so my thought, not quite that extreme, but my thought is that I could do a raffle for a significant guitar. Say I buy a guitar that's worth £4,000. I raffle it off, and if I get enough people interested that we raise, say, 8 grand, I can then take that 8 grand after fees and buy a significant vintage Teddy, for example, that would, let's assume I could get it at trade. So we've now got a 10 grand guitar that I can then do a significant raffle, and yeah, you could be winning a really early Telecaster, and that could be a regular thing. It wouldn't necessarily take long to a point where we are not just, I mean, there's these raffle companies who do raffle off nice Gibsons and Les Pauls and Strats and things like that. But I would really, this would be getting significant guitars in the hands of normal people. It could be really cool. With the goal, though, of building a significant collection here as well. So, say 1 in 4 guitars would end up staying as part of the collection, and then maybe would be raffled off at the end of the year or whatever. But I would, the point is to build a collection of guitars that could stay and inform and be of interest, and hey, be available to people to come and visit. If we could set up a guitar museum at Crimson headquarters for people to come and actually experience, that could also be amazing. I need some of these ADHD meds, I tell you, I keep on going off-piste. iFax says, vintage tool shop, so yesterday. Crimson vintage guitars, hell yeah. We've been talking about it for weeks. Okay, seriously, I think we're pretty much here. Now, I could leave this absolutely natural, but I don't like that idea. I want to go something, there's a little bit of grain in here that could be, it's a little bit of flame sort of ish around this area, and that could work quite nicely. And it's not an unattractive neck in reality. It's a slab sawn, but it is a nice piece of wood.
Okay. I'm very dusty at this point. Upwards raffles would take the unfairness out of the trade-ups. That's from Sandy Drozdik. I absolutely agree. Rabnox says, I have a mate that won 2 different bikes in 2 different raffles and only spent 40 quid. Absolutely. Jim Bob says, Trogley covers Fenders and other makes, but yes, mostly Gibson. I don't think Trogley likes modified guitars. He doesn't. And this is the thing, I mean, most guitars I wouldn't modify, but some, it could be Gibson themselves are taking their old stock or second-hand instruments and modifying them and changing things. And, you know, that's signed Gibson. Or think of the views. I mean, just from a point of view of YouTube algorithm and stuff, can you imagine if I bought a sort of £2,000 whatever brand new Gibson, or maybe one of the higher end ones, and then cut a million holes into it, turned it into something like the 90-hour build or something? That would trigger so many people. That would be hilarious. Ha! Or a PRS private stock. I want to own some private stock. I do. Dave Lewis says, you need to use a machine sander if you want to trade up to a 59 in this lifetime. That's a good point, doing it by hand. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. This is it. The whole point, Forrest Pfeiffer says, it would be nice to find out what you think about things like pancake bodies, rich light fretboards, ABR versus Nashville bridges, neck angles from a luthier's point of view, rather than as a dealer collector. And that's exactly the whole point. I have preconceptions that are in my mind, but at the moment, not very many of my preconceptions are based on actually living with and experiencing the guitars that I've got these conceptions about, and that feels naughty. You know, science, evidence, experimentation, truth above all else. That's, yeah. Okay, cool. A gold top and refinish it. Oh, yeah. Gibson does have their own mod shop. That's from Dwayne K. Stephen Hatch says, are you aware of Freddie's frets on the tube? I spent yesterday evening into last night watching his 12-part series where he built 3 Les Pauls, 60s body specs with a 59 spec neck. Great viewing. I have not watched many of the videos, but I have seen a few, and yes, very cool. Dave Lewis says, I bought a vintage, so the brand... no, I bought a vintage V100MU mid-ear Vibrola gold top earlier this morning, heavy guitar, £10, 12 ounces. I had a Les Paul arrive for this. I want to relic it, the one with the broken neck I talked about, and it arrived yesterday. And just pulling the case out of the box that it came in, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a heavy guitar. Electric Lady Guitars Devon UK says, ownership should be for a set term or as long as a winner is playing, then return to the museum or collection the guitar is to be used. To a certain extent, yes, but Robbie Timms says Trogley doesn't like modified guitars because he's in the business of selling 100% original collector's grade guitars. Absolutely. Rick de Natal says Christopher went from Crimson, so he was teaching in the Crimson School, to working in the Gibson demo shop in Nashville where they do those customizations. And yeah, it is no comment. He was a great teacher, but really, oh, I'm commenting. He really got bored with teaching rather than doing, so I'm glad he's doing something he enjoys. Jonathan Scott says, Ben, when did you last drink or eat? Rather too long ago, actually, to be honest. So, yes, there we go. I'm going to choose... What have we actually got? So we've got the amber spirit-based stain. Or... I wonder what the butterscotch would look like. Where are we? This is amber spirit. We've got a butterscotch. Mango. I'm sort of torn between the mango and the butterscotch, to be honest. Okay, let's do a quick test. I'm gonna... Whoops. I was about to say I'm going to have to go and see if I can find any maple, but there is a piece of maple just here. Now this is flamed, of course, and does need to be sanded. Everybody's saying mango. Mango, butterscotch. Butterscotch, mango. Okay, so this is the mango. It's fairly vintagey. It's not going to dry quite that vibrant. Remember, this is the vibrant stains. I think the butterscotch is probably actually better for this guitar because the body, remember, is bright red. Here's the butterscotch, which is actually much closer to what the instrument looked like when it arrived. And just out of interest, my first thought was amber, so I'll put the amber on there as well. And then I'll give you guys a vote. Now this is, the amber is our spirit-based stain. Okay, amber or butterscotch. Just wait for that to dry. All right, there you go. There's a poll, everybody. Oh, and Mark Sims has just joined as a member. Welcome to All That Jazz, Mark, and thank you for your support. Okay. All right, everybody, I have got to, I've got to run and grab some food quickly and maybe change, or at least de-dust myself. I'm going to leave this going. I'm going to leave this poll going for a minute, and you guys can just look at number 3, grab yourselves a coffee, and argue amongst yourselves. Please, when I get back, I want to answer some questions. So yeah, just fire any questions that you have in the back of your mind at me. I'll definitely get to super chats, and I'll look at the rest of the chat as well. And yeah, I'm just going to go grab something to eat and be right back. So yes, and the spirit-based stain is it's an alcohol base, essentially, rather than water.
All right, I am returned. I don't think that battery's charging. Where are we sitting? That's quite an even split. So 55% are saying butterscotch. So it's a much more gentle, fairly close to the original colour. So yeah, I will listen to 55% of you. 113 votes. So I mean that's fairly close. Let's not forget what the result was. Okay. Another poll. I am I'm not capable of thinking. Everybody's saying amber, 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 amber. Not everybody. A bunch of people are saying amber. Robert R. didn't like either. FIR, yes, they're not designed to be. Okay, so the question is, the kits from Crimson Guitars don't come with bolting holes, and that the necks are supposed to be glued in. Is there a reason for this? Will you pre-drill holes? I've asked. Yes, we will pre-drill holes. They're not designed to be glued in, but there is the option there if somebody wants it. In other words, they're designed to be either, really. If you want holes drilled, we can drill them for you, but it's also an easy enough process to choose the neck fixing material of your choice. It just opens up many different avenues. Now, I am I'm wondering about slightly changing the format. Essentially, a bunch of you, we've about 30 or so people have left because, you know, it's lunchtime now and I'm going to have my lunch. And nobody wants to watch me have my lunch, really. I think what I am going to do now from the next live stream is I am not going to eat on camera because I always feel awkward doing that in any case. I'm going to schedule, if it's going to be a full day of live streams, I'm actually going to schedule them to start at, say, 9:30, and then I will stop for lunch, and then we'll have a second stream in the day, starting a little bit later. So those of you who are signed up or subscribed, that's the word I'm looking for, etc., you will see 2 notifications for live streams going forward. I think it's a far better way of doing things. If for no other reason than the fact that it would mean that I actually get to sit down for 20 minutes, which would also be pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, let's have a look at this, and I'm going to munch away. Peanut butter and jam, which is just the perfect thing for people who need some energy. Toast, because we didn't have bread that was fresh, but hey. There's a bunch of people complaining. Okay, look, we've mic back on. I've got the mic off while I'm chewing this very, very loud toast. Let's do this again.
So now it's between the amber and the butterscotch. Why not? Amber. Butterscotch. Oxblood. I didn't suggest the oxblood, although it is a red guitar, simply because I used it on a recent build. But hey, it's a beautiful finish, and this is a red guitar. So let's have a look. Shake. This is again the crimson, vibrant, stunning stains. Three. And it really does. Now obviously this is over a very lightly sanded bit of wood. So yeah, it's not necessarily perfect. Microphone off. Munch, and I'll go get the body so you can see what it looks like next to the body. We might as well. Yes, that's me choking on my lunch while trying to eat. Hold the guitar without damaging it, and look over my shoulder at the screen to see what's actually on the screen. Damn it! I've sort of changed my mind. What do you guys think? Oxblood in the lead. This is the problem. In the end, somebody's going to not be happy.
You eating your lunch?
Hi.
Look what Pippin brought me.
Oh, yeah, is that a rat?
Yeah.
Pippin?
Oh, I was sat on the bed. You gonna get rid of it?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. So there was a rat there. There was a bird that was stood on the window right there. There's cows outside. Yeah, and we're currently fighting over amber. Phew. Okay, Amber's... Okay. I should end the poll right now because it's the one I want. Where are we? It's... Yeah, it's between Amber and Oxblood, and I do agree that a contrast is better, if possible. And our puppy has obviously just dropped what looked like a substantial rat on my bed. So, yeah. It's the first time any of our animals since we moved here have caught a rat anywhere near. Lots of mice, shrews, all that sort of stuff, but hey. Rage Quit asks why I don't have the Our Luthier guy cover the lunch break for questions and super chat. I am not currently working out of Crimson headquarters, which is where they all are. This workshop is my home workshop, which is much better for live streams and in fact my general builds, because I'm not interrupted every 3 seconds. I generally start my days over at headquarters, tell people what to do, make sure that's all running, and then I come here and relax with you guys. So yeah, valid question though. Okay, I'm ending this. Currently Amber. But I'm going to give you one more option. Just because so many of you are saying they wanted natural. Amber or natural. And then we're going to do a poll saying, do you want to stop the polls or not? Right, still Amber. No, Rage Quit. I live about half an hour away from headquarters. Okay guys, fine, we're done. Amber, 62%. End poll, we're good. I am happy about that decision, to be honest. It was the initial thing that I thought it would need to be. So, yeah, all good. I'm just going to munch this quickly. Yes, it's a very persistent bird. I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm right next to a sort of a forest area, which is really cool. This absolutely was not the plan for today, I must say.
Give it a good shake. So you need one piece of this tissue. This is the crimson stuff. It's very heavy duty and perfect for this. It does disintegrate a little bit, as you would expect, but it lasts much longer than most bits of tissue. And you need another one which is for wiping everything down. Once you've put the stain on, just to normalise things and remove any excess. Darling.
All sorted.
How big was that rat? That looked very, very large.
Probably as long as my hand.
Plus a tail.
Plus a tail.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful it was in one piece and not bits.
At least it wasn't alive and then hiding in our house. So yeah, there was.
Could always be worse. Do you need anything? You are up for tea and.
I wouldn't mind a cup of tea if that's
okay.
okay.
Yeah, I'll do that. And
if you fill this up from the fridge as well,
okay.
that'd be. I've just made an executive decision.
Okay.
I'm going to start streams earlier.
Right.
And stop for lunch, and then have a second stream scheduled. And just do, if I'm doing an all-day stream, I'm going to stop for half an hour for lunch to breathe.
Yeah.
And relax.
That makes sense.
I just need,
yeah,
I need to. Okay. Scott L says, "You've inspired me, Ben. I'm enjoying some loud, crunchy toast." Yes. Go for it. Okay. This is getting there. Okay. Alrighty. So, where was that question? Black Wraith, Ben, you know the saying, no plan lasts beyond the point of initial conflict. In your case, that's the first few seconds of a stream. It's pretty much when I click record. The amount of times where I've clicked record on a new video, started the intro and changed tack in the intro, in spite of the fact that I've been semi-planning the build for weeks. Hold on. Somebody asked about why I don't use brushes or... Phil Wild says, why not use lint-free rag or brush to apply the stain, save a rainforest of tissue? Because a single tissue like this is a lot more disposable than the lint-free rag, which it's a single-use thing. And I apologise, I think that what's happened is the rats are underneath the workshop and the puppies in the background now know where they are but can't get to them, so are barking. The joy of working from home, eh? So yeah, essentially, I suppose the water-based stains you could potentially put through the washing machine. Just not with your whites.
Sorry, I didn't... Oh, well, that's very, very interesting. So apparently, when this runs out of batteries, instead of turning itself off, it absolutely screws you guys over. I need to be aware of that, sorry. Test. Okay. I apologize profusely for that. Apparently, when the batteries die in the mic unit of this really expensive Sennheiser system that's new to us, or new actually, it floods the system with white noise rather than just turns off like the really cheap ones would. I will make sure to avoid that in the future if I possibly can. Yeah, I didn't see any of the chat. What I saw was the unit up there, and you can see the audio on the bottom right. That was slammed up into the red and not moving, and I spotted that. But thank you for letting me know. Okay. On with the spirit-based amber stain. So I've avoided as much as I can in there. This is also where I'm going to discover issues with sanding, if there are any. And there are. I'm not happy with how that currently looks over there, so I'm going to have to spend a little bit more time, potentially. It's accentuating that figuring around there, though. That's quite nice. If you just dump it there, that'd be perfect. Thank you. You're off camera. Saw your leg.
For my leg?
Yeah.
Crater!
Big Units left with a super chat just saying, all right all, I'm off to teach, have a good day, see you next time. And that was just before the microphone went crazy. Oh, thank you. Are you off to pick up the child?
Soon. I will just do a quick supply run on my way.
All right, no worries.
So I'll leave a bit early.
All right, drive safe.
Okay.
Cloud of dust, and then essentially I'm just rubbing off any excess, which isn't very much. This is spirit based, so it reacts a little bit differently to the water based stuff. And we've immediately got something that's, well, I like it.
Airfire saying that amber is a lovely stain, might take all the finish off my DIY Strat neck and slam some of that on there because it's awfully white. Yeah, it's one of those things. Sometimes a nice white neck is exactly what you need, but other times it really gets, it just doesn't seem to work. I'm seriously considering, I am going to do a range of more natural looking timber tone colours in the stains because I think it's needed. Okay. Oh yes, good point. Thank you, people. I don't think you will see the neck heel necessarily, but put stain on there in any case. Oh, I take it back actually. That was just where the stain was drying a little weird. There you go. So it looked like I had some sanding issues and it was just that the stain was wet. Camera 3's got a better shot of that actually. So that's drying and curing and we're all good. Burnish it up. At this stage, we are, yeah, we've done, we're now moving forwards again. Removing finish was definitely a step back. We're moving forwards again in the build. So this is all good. If you have any questions, Brian Thomas Black Dog Vintage Racing, how you doing? Says, I got here late, what did I miss? All right, so let's do a quick recap then. At this stage, I've been streaming for nearly 3 hours, started the morning thinking that by this point the entire project would be done and I'd be on to sharpening chisels or something. Instead, what happened is within the first few minutes we decided to strip back the varnish on the neck. The issue was that the neck itself had egregious sanding marks left in the maple, literally cross-grained 60 or 80 grit sanding marks left in the wood, and the binding itself also had very coarse sanding marks in there. It looked like, well, shit. Basically. So stripped it back, used scrapers, did a slight digression into how to sharpen scrapers, and that was pretty good. I think we've actually got 3 separate videos out of this day's filming so far, something along those lines. But at this stage I've just applied some amber stain. It took about 4 poles to choose, but we're coming on quite nicely. What else has happened? One of the puppies managed to catch a rat and delivered it to Mrs. Bunn up in the house. She was actually having a rest on the bed when the rat landed, so that was interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody else? What happened? Lots. Lots and not as much as we would have liked, I suppose. I think I'm just going to resand just this little area here. There's a couple of marks that I'm not liking along the edge of there, but predominantly just in there. So yeah, I'm going to grab some the fresh 240 paper that I cut earlier when I was testing out the stains and go. If you want to avoid doing this after you've stained something, the best bet is to damp the wood down a little bit and raise the grain. And when you're raising the grain, you will also see any issues with scratches. It becomes much more apparent. Now, because I'm filming, I've got all sorts of lights in here, but it still doesn't make it that easy to see what's going on. I don't know. It's a weird one. Okay. Sorry, still running the business. No, they didn't. On Tom's desk. Okay, sorry. So that's 3 messages from Louis, who's running the vintage tool shop for me. Okay, good. Questions, queries, comments. If you're doing new colors, Ben, do an awful hot flamingo type pink. It's super useful for blending with other colors to warm them up. Don't think you currently have one. We do have, in the spirit-based stain, super hot pink, which is incredible. Just a light sounding, come on then. Sorry, this is a digression and I'm fully aware of it. I've never added this pink to another color though to warm it up. That could be fun. So there we go. That's spirit-based stain. And I love it. And then in the vibrant stains, which is water-based, we've got a mulberry, which is a purple. But yeah, I think that a vibrant pink water-based one could be useful too. So that's, yeah, it's a darker, but still a cool color. Okay. Once upon a time, I got distracted and actually finished a build. So this is a slab saw neck, and what happened is I sanded it like I would a quarter saw neck, which is essentially going across the grain at this particular point. And that wasn't ideal. So here we go. And of course I'm going to get some amber stain on my fingers because taking the gloves off. There we go. And once that's dry, that's going to be sorted. always put the lid on. Ross says, our cats tend to bring their prey alive. I'm damn glad we haven't had any rats. That could be nasty. Yeah. This is the first rat, and of course it was the dog that got her. Ross Goodley says, the guitar was already built and still this series is going to run and run. At the moment, the plan is on the main channel to just have it as a single video, but having done what we've just done here, it could quite easily be a short series. Okay. Stephen Hatch, yes, I now have a cup of tea. I've had 3 or 4 coffees today, and we're good. Joshua Valverde is saying my home shop is dark since the addition. It's not. It's this time of. No, what it actually is the auto white balance on the cameras is having to adjust for the fact that it's brighter outside, therefore making everything look a little bit darker. I think. But yes, I mean, maybe. So I'm not putting skylights in. That is a one-way ticket to Leakville. I've been there in the past. But I am going to be moving this workbench into there and setting up a whole new lighting system, and it's going to be great. It is going to be great. Okay. A lot of people talking about how they love the stains, and they've used them in things. Eves Corman says, are there any crimson stains that could get me a look close to an old Fender neck? Yeah, the butterscotch is fairly close, but some experimentation, they mix together quite well. And this is one of the reasons why I need to get me some old Fender necks so I can match colours and have some fun. Okay, so that stain has now cured. Where did I put that? Aha! Tiny little scrape here. So essentially this is much more difficult when you've got the frets in, because I'm supposed to be running my finger along the fretboard. And obviously I'm going up and down and up and down. So that being said, there is always a solution. And oftentimes that solution is in a random tube in the corner of the workshop. So, brass threaded rod, steel threaded rod, and some aluminium. Some aluminium flat bar stock. Hold on. There we go. Hey, what are you doing? All right. So any part of the problem solved. Put it along there. And now from this side I can hold it so it's not bulging out, which is what was happening just now. So obviously the sides of this binding are fairly curved. Makes for a more comfortable instrument. For starters, it's something that manufacturers try to avoid because if you go too far you end up well, carving all the way through the binding. Which is an absolute nightmare. But yeah, in the carving process, a lot of the time people carve into the binding, and I think actually that's fine. I seem to be putting as much effort into this guitar as I would something that I built from scratch. Airfire says the shop have just responded to me. Thanks for the nudge. It's an absolute pleasure. That's one of the reasons why I do these live streams, is so that people have a way they can get in touch with me directly. That is, you know, we have been pretty shit at customer service. We've had a lot of different people doing a lot of different things, and when you've got that, stuff falls through the cracks. Now, we've had to make some serious changes to the way we do things just as we grow as a company. But can you believe it? Middle management is actually required. But yes, in all seriousness, we are within days of being entirely in stock of everything, and we tool-wise, there's still some back order on kit guitars and things, but we're working on that, and there's now progress being made on the vintage tool shop side of things as well. So yeah, it's been a really, really difficult start to the year. All of that work, all of that time, all of that energy, and looks like we're going to a recession now. Stephen Coster, I misread you. So I read Matt Lang, who said, does seem to be needing another stream or two. And then I skipped to a few lines above where Stephen Coster said, more likes, please, people. But in my head, after reading the previous comment about more streams needed, I thought you said more yikes, please, people. Matt Lang, super chat, thank you very much, Matt. Says just to say, just a little to say thank you for doing these. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you for, yeah, well, thank you for your support. I really, I do love 95% of streams. I think the only thing I don't like is now not going to be a thing, and that's eating on camera or making you guys wait while I have to look after myself. But yeah, we're going to sort that out and have a couple of streams booked, which will be good. Now let's camera 2. This binding was so scratched up when underneath the finish than when the guitar arrived that I honestly wasn't sure if it was supposed to be faux ivory with grain going through it. Maybe that side. Bear Talitha, could you please, editor's note, everybody, this scraping of the binding thing would make a fantastic YouTube short and Instagram short video kind of thing. If you could make that happen, that'd be good. We've got another super chat here as well from Black Wraith. Thank you very much. It says, Ben, you mentioned a new range of natural wood tone stains earlier. Think you could do a transparent grey tone to mimic natural weathering? Do you have any idea how difficult that is? If you send an email to office@crimsonguitars.com for the attention of Sam, say, Ben sent me, how did you get that grey finish? And he will let you know what he did. He after some serious experimentation, because somebody wanted that on one of our custom builds, he's managed to find a way that really actually worked. To do a stain, I'm not so sure. But it is definitely a very cool option. There we go. I've sent that off to him, so he should be looking out. All right, cool. It always amuses me when Gibson in particular say, oh, the ladies that scrape the binding in our factory have had to have 7 years of training or whatever it is to get to get good at this job. If you just watched that and you aren't a ham-fisted utter fool, you can scrape binding. It is simply running your finger along the edge, an edge. I had to make an edge, but an edge, and not forcing it. And you have to have a sharp tool. Now, the Gibson people, that was a noise. The Gibson people have, I think, razor blades that they use that they actually sharpen on a regular basis. And yeah, here's what it is. Anyway, I suppose when you're a marketing company, you're a marketing company. Now I'm just cleaning the front of the binding as well and rounding it over just a little bit. It's not going to necessarily last forever, but it is what it is. It's all good. Essentially, if I've just gone to the trouble of cleaning the sides, the front should be made to match. Now, please don't forget that this guitar could be yours. There's a link in the description to our partner. It's a company called Raffle. They have gone to the trouble. They've gone to the trouble of getting the licenses required to run raffles around the world, which means that instead of us only being able to do this in our own area after paying huge amounts of money or spending a lot of time to get the licenses, because essentially this is gambling of a sort. They've gone and done that for us, and they only take a percentage of the total. But what it means is that this is an international raffle. Wherever you are in the world, you can win this guitar. I will cover the shipping costs wherever you are. You would be liable for taxes, but in reality, the tax should be based on the fact that it's a second-hand, relatively inexpensive guitar, so that should be okay. But yeah, click the link in the description. This morning there were not very many people who had entered. I think I've just about covered my costs of what the instrument actually cost me, which is all I really care about, really. But yeah, check it out if you haven't yet. We're certainly improving the guitar. Matt Lang says tickets bought. Tahoe Mike says how many tickets have Hofner bought? That would be hilarious. Mark Phillips says, as a ham-fisted utter fool, I feel targeted. I don't believe you. Adam Dutton says, if you're playing with other people's guitars, I keep staring at Damels on Instagram. I love that they look like the guitar Doctor Who would play for his 70s prog band. Could you do one of them? If I find one, absolutely. And yes, this is the whole point. I want to experience as many guitars as humanly possible on this channel to improve my guitar building and quality of life, because some of them would stay and, you know, I'd have a collection. The amount of people that ask me what I've got in my collection, it's significant. And in reality, the guitars I own are guitars I've made, and you've seen them all. I think I just wanted some binding. Yay. Where are we? Just out of interest. So we've got the raffle. Yeah, there have been about 240 tickets sold so far. So yes, I've covered my costs basically. And yeah, That's all good. Nice. Masking tape off. What finish? Okay. Let me just have a look here. I think I've got some spray. Clear Sealer, the perfect finish. Halford's matte lacquer. Ooh. There we go. Highly durable, converts all original paint to a matte finish. It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. I have been streaming now for 3.5 hours, and I am gonna mask the headstock and the fretboard off, and we're gonna hang this guitar just through there and have a quick spray with a rattle can matte lacquer. That's going to be the quickest way to get a finish. But what we might end up doing after that fact, depending on the finish that is achieved, is then over that apply some guitar finishing oil to give a sheen and a bit more depth. But yeah, let's do that. I do need to build a spray booth of some sort. That must be said. All right, so up to the edge of the binding, and then I use a fingernail on either side of the fret. You absolutely want to close that gap, otherwise lacquer will be wicked up through the gap onto the fretboard, and well, you want to avoid that, don't you? I don't know what it is, but during these live streams, I feel like I'm doing about 3 days worth of work. It's insane. By the way, somebody asked earlier what happened during the day. The other thing that none of you actually saw happen was that I saw an email come through that said, we regret to inform you, due to a violation of Shopify payments terms and conditions, you can no longer receive payments, withdraw all your funds, complaints, fraudulent activity detected in an account, That came through, popped up on my screen. I screamed internally, panicked, forwarded it to
2 people within Crimson saying, "Is this real? Is this real?" And they have been mocking me mercilessly since, because the email that came through was shopetai dot lol, shopetai.lol. Yeah, I have said feel free to mock me, and they are 100% mocking me. So that's what else happened during this fairly eventful live stream today. Woohoo. I love this camera. Okay, so no, I need a fresh blade. AFR says, but if it was real and you hadn't forwarded it, imagine how guilty you would have felt. Very good point. Okay. That's a deal that's just gone a little bit sideways. Scammers nuke them from orbit. That's from orbit. That's Paul Cook. Could you make the finish darker on the fretboards? In other words, can you stain a used fretboard? You absolutely can. Bob Quigley says, wasn't somebody else talking about using a dentist's pick to get that tape tight to the frets? Yes, there are many tools. There are many tools that you could use to do that. For example, I've got one here that is it's double-sided, so from that side, where would you do it? Yeah, from that side it's there, and then you flip it over and it goes on the other side. But this isn't currently attached to my hand all the time. Also, I need to polish it a little bit. But yeah, that's a paper bending tool. So
Alrighty, so at this stage I've got the headstock that does need to be masked off as well. Most masking tape will have a little bit of flexibility, but we'll see how that goes. Start off with the straight edge. Obviously I'm getting in the way of the camera. I think it's probably far better if I just carefully cut it off the side. Yeah. So I'm not actually cutting on the instrument, I'm cutting a little bit off the edge, then it's going down around the side. So that works quite well. I don't have any fine line tape. There's a vinyl fine line tape that would be perfect for this, and I don't have any in this workshop. It is what I would have used if I had planned ahead and thought I was going to be refinishing a neck today. So that's a screen printed label or logo. I quite like that. Go on. Yeah, check that. It's quite a lovely effect actually. Relatively inexpensive and easy to do, but yeah, nice. Go to the road, he says, I have a maple neck that was completely unfinished and wanted to relic it. Had various ideas, ended up just fitting it, strung it up and played it after replacing the carbon on my bike. Woody fingers works. Ha! Ian M says, pinstripe tape, must get some. Yep, that's the stuff. And even doing what I'm doing here, I think I'm saving time, because using the wipe-on varnish, that sort of stuff, is fiddly and doesn't get as even a finish as a rattle can will. So I should be able to spray a coat or two off the rattle can and then essentially be done. Although you guessed it, this is this isn't going to be finished today. Typical, eh? Okay, so I just need to burnish the edges down. You'd use a tool like that, but I tend to like using the back of my fingernail. Just like that. Hi Simon Bayless, I'm doing really well, thank you very much. How are you? I'm enjoying the fact that what was going to be a quick and easy project has turned into something a little bit more substantial. And with no customers involved, apart from you guys who could potentially win this instrument, there's no stress. I'm just chilling out, having fun, doing my thing. Yes, I do need to make a nut. In fact, I went to Crimson, went to headquarters and got some more nuts as well. Okay, now. Silver Posca pen, a Uni Posca. These things go under most varnishes that I've experienced, and yeah, work rather well. Now I am gonna have to think about this. Potentially my logo, my sort of sigil, the BC sigil with the word mod underneath it, and then the year. I think that could work quite nicely. Suggestions, anyone? So BC Mod 2022, or it could be Mod BC 2022. I don't know. Number of mod, good point. Lisa Harshberger says, I think your mark should be on this guitar. That's the plan. The value of it has gone up exponentially from what it's worth. Thank you. I'm not entirely convinced half the time. Also, your time is valued, which is why I love these streams. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the super chat. I think that in some cases, and to a few people, yes, the fact that I've spent all of this time on it, and the fact that it's going to be in a video that maybe 20 or 30,000 people will see, does add value to it. But in the general resale market, I've probably actually devalued this instrument, I suppose. But still, so I'm thinking the word mod, my sigil, oh, mod 1, okay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let me grab a piece of, there you go. It's like I've got a literal brain trust. A bunch of people. It's just incredible. You guys rule. So yeah, what are we talking? Mod 1, BC, 2022. Or mod BC no, I think mod 1's better because that then 4 letters, that's a space. But what I really need to get is the BC has to be correct, and then I go mod 1 2022. That's the one. I like how mod 1 and 2022 have the same numbers. Eventually, I'm not going to mod more than 10 guitars in a year, I don't think. Yes, iFax says I prefer black ink. That is true. I think I would prefer gold. After all, the guitar has a gold logo on the front, doesn't it? What is the cabinet behind you on your right down low, the one with the narrow drawer? There's too many. On my right, this one here is full of, well, it used to be full of watchmaking stuff. It's got some watchmaking tools in it, but generally just fine screwdrivers and things. Yeah, I think that's what you mean. Silver works better on the amber. So actually, we do have black, we have silver, we have gold, we've got a thick white, blue, not blue. Oh, here's a black. That's not really... I'm not liking how the black out of all of them is acting weird. Okay, branding iron. That's a good point. Ben needs a branding iron. 2 colours. Ooh, red. Good call. I don't have any red. But I don't think. Oh, this is... Actually... I think red has it. Ooh. Okay. Gary Simmons suggests just the initials on the headstock, mod, date, etc. in the neck pocket. Excuse me. The problem is I put this sigil on custom guitars, and I wouldn't want people to get confused. But I'm thinking red. Everybody's saying red. Red wins. It works very well on this one. So yeah, let's do that, and then this is going to go under some lacquer. So yeah, let's crack on, shall we? Lacquer sur a cracker. I've just realised that memory that I have from when I used to speak Afrikaans is potentially horrendously racist. If it is, please forgive me. Brian Thomas, Black Dog Vintage Racing says, I'm glad you're getting the crimson staffing issue sorted. I need to get some stain from you. Stains are all sorted. Stains will be shipped within a day of order straight away. There have been some issues. It's been a combination of staffing problems, COVID, and actual just general illness. We took on a really talented employee, who then immediately had a major health crisis, and we kept on paying his wage during the bulk of that, and he was on SSP, etc., which meant we couldn't afford another member of staff. Stuff like that, and some issues with regards to we have some of our stuff made abroad for us. Not much, but some significant bits in order to keep the prices where they are, and shipping and issues and trouble and stuff. But basically, 99% of that is behind us, if not all. Anyway, let's mark this neck, shall we? I generally do it here, so the musician can see what's going on, but it could also just be done bang in the middle. Why not? Well, many reasons why not. I don't feel very stable there, for one. It's let's get to a point where I actually feel comfortable. Camera 3, right. Stop. One very important thing. I have tested the Posca. I have not sprayed lacquer over this red before. I don't want to have to strip this thing back again. So let's just clean up, get a bit organized. I'm just going to go and spray a single coat over this whole mess here, the test piece that we've done, and see if anything reacts to the lacquer. So far, so good. Yeah, I don't think anything there is bleeding out. That black there was sort of spurting as it went, and that's very thick. The red appears to be okay. Okay. Oops, sorry, I'm in the way. Hold on. I don't even know anymore. Yep, I'm happy with that. That works really well. Where is it? It's 3 o'clock at this point. Camera number 3. Woohoo. Ahaha. Success. Just go for it. There we go. That may well change over time, but yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Alrighty, I'm happy with that. The question is, how am I going to hang this up? This masking tape and super glue on that. Hooks. I've lost all my hooks. I'm just diving into the back end of the workshop here. It's an absolute nightmare. There's all sorts of stuff. Oh, I'm still alive. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff back here that's going to be organized and tidied once the extension is finished. It's going to take a little while. There we go. We have a hook. Put a screw in one of the holes that attaches to the body and then a wire around the screw. That would work. It looks like Moo 1. That's a good point. Moo 1 in honor of the cows. Always leave people questioning their sanity. That's my trick, I tell you. That plane is too nice with too fine of a mouth to be sullied on MDF. There we go. That works. So this weekend's video is going to be the hand tool build, and I'm really excited to be getting back to that. This feels dangerous. I'm not putting very much pressure on it. All right. Ben uses Rust-Oleum clear coats. I've tried what you have there and get better results with the aforementioned product. I do have plastic coat there. I don't have Rust-Oleum, although to be honest, I am seriously tempted to do to go in and buy a bunch of clear coats and see what cool effects can be got. There are a significant amount of very cool looking actual paints now available that look high quality, so yeah. I'm fairly sure you've all seen this trick before. Dowel through the tuning hole, yep, that would have been an option. Graham B says it's getting late for me, it's 2 AM and I'm back at it at 6, so I must get some sleep. Dude, go sleep. You should have gone to sleep like hours ago. You can always rewatch this stuff, but thank you. Okay, so there we go, that's now good to go. I will be able to hang it, and I've also got a handle to deal with, to hold it. Shit. It wasn't the masking tape that went. It was the damn MDF. Didn't want to hold it. Bastard. All right. Scared the crap out of me, that did. Come on then. Even though I planed the masking tape down, the MDF down, sorry. Let's do that again quickly. And I had too much super glue on there. Come on then. Try again. Camera 3, and I'm going to do it from the other side. On hardwood, burnish, burnish, less super glue, accelerator, down. On that will do it. I sincerely hope I didn't dent any frets. They are protected by masking tape, so I seriously doubt it, but we'll see. Now, I'm going to get this camera and just point it out at the house. At the moment, I don't have enough of a an HDMI cable to get it out there. This is the only issue. I used to film everything in the camera on the on an SD card, etc. I can take the camera absolutely anywhere. I'm now limited by wires and things, but it's all good, really. Binding looks nice and clean. That looks good. There was one thing I hadn't tidied up this end properly. I just need to cut that off. Yes, I just stabbed myself. Don't try and use your left hand when you're playing with a scalpel blade. You fool. Ha ha! Okay, that is now good. Camera, the third. Dropping bottles and things, that's fine. Just make sure there's nothing under the lacquer. I'm also being aware of where the wind is going and what's happening there. I don't really want to get varnish on my windows or on the neighbour's car or anything. This is if you're spraying outside of your garage, for example. So the trick is to start off the edge and go up and go all the way over. Finally, wear gloves, take watches off, things like that. Because you don't want to be silly now, do you? Okay. Light coats throughout. That's all we really need to do. If you put too much on, if you stop in one place, it's going to dribble and concentrate and you'll have too much material in one shot. So quick, easy passes, and I'm starting off the instrument and ending off the instrument, and that means that I'm not going to be pooling too much lacquer where I stop and start. And it's this process that I use when I'm spraying
anything really. The wind is also going from behind me that way. So yes, I don't have a gas mask here, which I don't think I have a gas mask here. I couldn't find it the other day. That's heading towards the windows. Alrighty. Okay, so this is currently wet. But it's actually pretty good. A pretty good matte finish. I do think that I need to add a few more coats. The red on the back of the headstock, there's no issues with that. So yeah, we're all good. What do you think? Start off the piece, end off the piece, that way you ensure your hands get thoroughly coated as well. That's Bulgarian evolution. Reminds Deja Vu of a Pink Floyd album, that last shot. VCS the Bone Cruncher always ends up clear coating his phone somehow. Is that a very voyeuristic image? Part 3, Ben fixes the neck after dropping it on the floor. That's Phil Richards, who is a member. Stephen Hatch, not worried about oils from my hands. No, I buffed the whole thing down really. Deja Voodoo says, Bun has a massive following in the Australian and New Zealand vampire community. But seriously, always love a late night Crimson Fest, only 11:44 PM in Adelaide at the moment. Crikey. Okay, well that was a while ago. It's now 20 past midnight and I sincerely hope you're asleep. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back out there. This is now it's already touch dry. I'm going to add a couple more coats quickly. So it's back to that shot. Blustery, that's what it is. Blustery wind. Right, that's far more than I put on the first couple of coats. And I think I'm going to leave that there. We've got no drips, no runs, no issues like that.
But what we may end up doing, or what I may end up doing, is, well, we'll see how it feels afterwards, actually. It's all good. I think this is a natural conclusion for this episode. He says, looking at a watch that is now in his pocket. 3:20. I'm wondering about calling it a day. So that's where we're at. Can you see how the back of the headstock, I've got a nice wet patch in the middle, but the edge is a bit dry. So I'm going to need to go and put at least one more coat on here in order to get an even effect. But the neck is now looking much, well, it's looking like it was manufactured to look, really, albeit a little bit better. Woohoo. All right. Ragged Rex says, time for coffee. You've got that spot on. You really do. Chris Hopkins Base says, afternoon all, Royal Mail just dropped off my stunning stains and finishing oil order. I can't wait to start the overhaul of the Les Paul Studio I bought on eBay 13 years ago. Good time to crack on. The first time I had a Les Paul Studio in my hands, it was in my... Congratulations, good luck, have fun, send photos of what you do. Now, my story. I sound like a self-obsessed fool. I had a low ceiling in a workshop. It was the first workshop that I had with all the insulation hanging out and all that you guys might have seen in the early videos. And this guy brought his pride and joy with Les Paul Studio for me to do a setup. And I picked it up, put it out of the case and slammed it into the ceiling. And there was no damage, soft ceiling and all that, but mortified. Walsh says, don't stop now. Stephen Hatch is immediately quoting what I knew people would quote. Soda Break. Wolford Guitars, too many ongoing projects and too many new projects to start. Do you know what? Okay, fine. Tell you what. I'm not going to stop the stream right now because people are here answering questions, and that's absolutely fine. So look, I am going to put another quick coat. Oh no! Look at that. I don't think I even need to. I spoke too soon, people. So that aforementioned wet patch in the middle, everything's cured. It was just a little bit thicker there. We've got a really, really nice looking, really even sort of satin matte finish on the back of this neck with a little bit of buffing. It's going to be fine. Now, we were talking about Trogley. He, as a dealer, immediately points out any flaming anywhere. So he'd be, oh, look at the nice figuring on that little portion of that maple neck there. But it does look quite cool. And you've got a little bit of flame on the edge there, that way. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. I require some caffeination. That's what I need. So I'm going to go and make myself a quick coffee, hang this up in the corner. I will be back in about 3 minutes, and we can then move on. I'm going to answer a bunch of questions. I'm going to answer any questions, and I am going to leave this guitar project now, for now, because I need to. I've got some chisels that I started the day starting to restore, so I'm going to do some of that just to wind down, and we'll go from there. Paul Needs says, "Hell's bells, Bell. I've just woken up." How have you just woken up, Paul? Ed Kovac says, "You could have a cool clip with cool music you could play in a loop during your live sessions when you need to nip out for a short break." I haven't yet figured out how to do that. I know I can with this system.
is a media thing. I need to upgrade. Spent so much on these media systems recently. Okay. Brendan Elton says it looks naturally aged now, which is cool. Paul Cook says, because the next bit is electronics, lol. Yeah, this is a natural finishing point. Anyway. Hit them with likes while Ben goes on a break to avoid being bored. Who sent the robot squirrels to Ben so we can prank him a bit? I wish that we had those. But anyway, I'm just going to shoot off and make myself a coffee. I shall return. Gosh, that looks good. All of you guys that insisted on the amber, you were right. They say a change is as good as a rest, and yes, at this point I certainly feel like moving on to a different project is worthwhile for my sanity, if not yours. Okay, Uniball Music Man, Stingray 5 and a P-Bass he just finished. That's Eric Jules, been playing that. Yes, Gertie the Roadie, this part is called The Sound of the British Countryside from a Quiet Workshop. reflections on one's sanity. VCS the Bone Cruncher says, to be honest, the stream can just keep rolling today. I'm still coming to terms with my pickups not arriving today. Ooh, 6 more solder joints and my scratch build is finished. Crikey. That is sad. Okay, there we go. We're all good. Okay, let's put those away. So we had a slight distraction earlier today where we were sharpening a scraper, which was fun. But I started the day out with this set of vintage socketed marbles chisels. I forgot what chisels were called just now for a second. And they are both beautiful and they fit me a little bit better than what I've been using before. These, the whole thing is just too big. That's a really chunky handle. Bear or Talitha, please don't put me in the actual edit saying that I don't like these, because they're good quality, they just don't fit me. But yeah, I don't want to piss off anybody. Okay, so yeah, these fit me better, short and comfortable, I think, and most importantly it's vintage steel, and I think will be harder than those. I could get over them being not quite to my taste, but the hardening, whatever Narex have done there, it's standard and good quality actually for modern chisels, but it doesn't hold a candle to these. So I started the morning. Hold on, I'm going to just click this button here quickly. And then come back. Okay, so I'm because this is a different edit, I needed to do something there. Whoever's editing this, the end of the previous clip has got like 2 minutes of me talking about this that you might want for the chisel restoration video. If not, we'll see. Okay, so yeah, here's where I am. This morning I started the day by grinding a 20-degree bevel on all 4 of them. As you can see, that looks nice and fresh, and that's all good. I needed to square a bunch off, and this one here, somebody previous to me had, while grinding it, softened the metal, so I had to grind back a couple of millimeters to get to where I wanted. Now, a 20-degree bevel is more paring chisel than anything else. 25 to 30 degrees is something that you will have to really smack into wood, and will deal with that easily. 20 degrees will it will get blunter faster because it's a much more delicate edge, but it will also get a finer cut. And for delicate work, such as what you tend to do with a guitar builder, that would be perfect. So I tend to want a set of beveled paring chisels for fine work with a 20-degree edge, and a set of firmer chisels that don't have a beveled edge, such as these, or this at least. This is a vintage version. And you can see the difference between the bevel. This is probably actually 30 degrees, I would say, rather than 20, maybe 25. And this is for harder work. Okay, so
I don't want to return these handles. I don't want to remove the character of the vintage and the age and the use. I do want to get rid of all of the white house paint that is splodged on all of them, which is something that happens on many vintage tools that come through vintagetoolshop.com. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that, and then do a little bit of shellac, and we'll tidy the handles up. So yeah, funnily enough, based on what's happened this morning, it's onto the scrapers. I wonder if using the non-sharpened edge will actually, because it's not taking off as much material. Nope. Same process. Okay, feel free to ask any questions that you have, anything that you fancy really, but now we're obviously talking, we're working on vintage tools, restoration. Any queries on that? I am going to, here we go, a little miniature screwdriver. Doesn't have a sharp edge, but the blunt edge works really well as a it's almost an engineer's scraper. In fact, it basically is an engineer's scraper, just to lift these nasty patches off. Then we're going to do some light sanding, a little bit of cleaning, and a little bit of dirtying as well on those patches we just cleaned up. And then it's on to coat of shellac, and we can crack on with the sharpening. Rick Michaela says, everybody in my living room wants to know how you take your coffee. White, no sugar, and I do prefer a relatively light roast, actually. From a taste point of view, that's just what I like. Now, you get the same amount of caffeine in light and dark roasts. I also am developing a bit of a taste for I'm becoming more aware of how it was actually made. So your general coffee grinders, where it comes out into a pot and then sits cooking again for the rest of the day, which is what we currently have at Crimson. Those things tend to overcook them for my liking, and it removes all of the things I like and leaves all the stuff I don't. The other thing about these chisels actually is that they've also got a soft leather, 3 segments of leather actually, for when you're hitting it with a mallet, which I do on a semi-regular basis. So yeah, I'm quite excited about these. That's going to take some cleaning up. That's some nasty glue there. I'm wondering about heating that up, getting all of that glue off, and it's not even in square. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's even in square. Let's clean the paint off and then we'll remove this whole handle and have a look at that. No, we've done that one already. Nice. Okay, I hear a child running into the workshop. We are live streaming, boy child. You're semi-famous.
Semi-famous?
Well, you're only half my size, so... Saturday's video was the shed being built, and you were on the roof for quite a lot of it.
Was I? Cool.
Well, you helped me build the damn extension, didn't you?
Yeah.
This is the first video where it's actually hit the channel. Remember, I'm live streaming. There are 217 people currently watching, and you're not allowed to say anything private or personal or rude or compromising in any way, shape or form. Yeah?
This computer's not on, so I can't read them.
Ah, would you like to read the comments? Okay, we can sort that out. Hold on, everybody. I'm just going to go and set this the other computer on. Alrighty. I'm assuming you had a great day, Orson.
Well, considering it is the last day of school, yes.
Okay, so you've got an inset day tomorrow, which is good.
Yes, I do.
But you're going back on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Sorry, everybody, I'm just having to open up YouTube Studio for Orson so that he can see your comments and things and then answer.
Once you are finished with the live stream, there is quite a lot of stuff. There's some stuff that I would like to do in the workshop.
Okay, Wolford Guitar says, how old are the chisels and what make? They are Marples, and I'm not entirely sure on how old, but I would say at least 100 years old. Probably actually more, but I can't... I would say the latest 1920s or so, but potentially older than that indeed. Yeah. Everybody's saying hi to you.
See that? Ouch!
Did you just bark your shin on something?
I swiveled the chair,
Yeah.
and then I hit my funny bone on one of the...
Million things in the way.
Yeah, one of the drawer handles.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm going to stop recording for this edit for now, and then every now and then I'll record when it's not live streaming to make the tool restoration edit better. Easier. Okay. You just need to remind me to click record when I'm doing something that requires filming on this. Okay, so at the moment we are... Okay, awesome. To start things off, there is absolutely no way, shape or form that we are spending any time in the workshop when the live stream is finished. I have been working non-stop since 9 o'clock and am thoroughly workshopped out. I am so sorry. However, maybe we can do something potentially tomorrow morning. You want to build a bow, don't you?
I would like to build a bow, but first of all I need to flame the arrows.
You need to heat harden the end of the arrows, I understand. I do need to ask permission from a certain other parent for actual bows. So Pippin ran into our bedroom earlier with a present for Mummy.
Oh my god, let me guess. Mole. Rat.
Got it in two.
rat. I mean, the rat was that long, the tail was that long, so rat on my bed. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn, indeed.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so I've cleaned off. Sorry, carry on, carry on. Questions, comments? Oh, I've still got coffee to drink. Aha. Stephen Costa says, my granddad gave me a set of marbles many years ago. Someone stole them on site. I'm so sorry for your loss. Just out of interest for vintage chisels and gouges and things like that, you've got three different types. You've got the socketed ones like this, where the handle goes into a circle of steel, and it is incredibly hard wearing and beautiful. Then you have got chisels like this one here, where the tang is round, and that has been cast essentially. It's not necessarily bad steel, but it is more modern. When you see a chisel or a gouge with a rectangular tang, sorry, that's not quite in focus, is it? So you've got the round like this, which means it's been cast and is more modern. When you've got a rectangular tang like this, that denotes something that has been forged. And forged steel is infinitely better. Infinitely better. Forged steel is much better than cast. It just is.
Frugal Fixer Guitars says, this cat brought in a snake.
Ah, yes. Some people live in interesting parts of the world. I've had cats bring in snakes before, but that was when I was living in Africa. Yeah. The closest to actual death I've come that I know was when I was Orson's age here, and I took my Jack Russell for a run, Orson, please don't.
Why?
Because that's about the noisiest thing that you could touch. And I ran down the road, and I wanted to go through the fields behind my house and then back up, which is normally fine. And I turned off the road and jumped over the ditch on the side of the road to carry on down the path. And as I jumped, the dog was just in front of me, and little Jack Russell, wide ditch. And you know when something's jumping and then midstream changes direction? I could see the puppy try and jump in, see something on the bottom of the ditch and sort of tuck his legs in, and he went over the edge. I spotted that. I was going to jump in the middle as well. I looked down and there's a freaking black mamba in the middle of this ditch that I was going to land right on this snake. I would be dead. Just gone. Thank you very much. I'm glad I don't live in Africa anymore. Anyway.
I found a soft brush and now I'm brushing everything down that has dust on it.
Okay, just don't click the end stream button and you'll be all right. Screwdriver. Who knew?
Ooh, actually.
Shh. Oh. I'm currently filming a shot for another video, and it needs to be pretty and quiet. That's interesting. This handle here very much looks like oak, or potentially ash, but I would say oak. The other three are 100% flying through the air like they just don't care. The other three actually don't match. They're beech. I've only just noticed that, and I've been wanting to restore these for a long time. What can you do? All right, awesome. What's up?
Okay. I have an idea for, you know, my knife? I have an idea for the second thing that we'd grind it down to. So, there's going to be this.
Yes, Stephen, I did press record.
Yes.
So Orson is currently, he's got a multi-tool, but multi-tools are illegal to carry in the UK because they've got locking blades. So we want to remove the sharp blades so that he can just have a multi-tool, which, you know, every child needs, don't they, really?
There's already something that's...
Except this is the sort of thing that you're really not supposed to be talking about on camera.
I know.
I.e. anything that isn't guitar building. Just... I know, you can ask questions though.
Okay, so...
Paul Need says that forged chisel says hand cast on it. Which one? Oh, it says cast steel. Bloody hellfire.
You did a bad...
Abort! Abort! Rewind! I need to do some more research then. It's emphatically the older, whether it's forged or not, it is emphatically older steel and tends to be better steel. That's hilarious though. I wonder, let's do some research. That's a beveled J. Howarth cast steel, check it out. Hold on. Okay, I filmed some of this during the live stream. We do live streams on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel a lot. And that little bit that I just did saying, you know, round bevel, squared bevel, etc., forged and not forged. I'm a fool. Somebody in the chat pointed out that says cast steel on it. And then I went and I found this other, which is one of my favorites. It's a J. Howarth large beveled chisel. There you go. If you ever see a J. Howarth, fantastic steel, incredible. That also says cast steel on it. Would you look at that? I was wrong. However, a square tang still means old chisel. A round tang means more modern and not as good steel. So, there we go. Don't interrupt, don't talk, especially when I'm talking to the screen, young man.
Okay. Rab Knox says...
Rab.
What is the death racing thing on sitting on the floor?
That was definitely not worth interrupting me mid-flow. Young man.
It was a question that I was interested about, so deal with it.
Death race thing sitting on the floor. I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Describe it. What does it look like?
Okay, your microphone is currently on, Orson, I think.
Yes.
So, for what that's worth, you can forge a casting, says Matt Turman. Very good point. Okay, there we go. Go to the roadie asks if I use beard care products every now and then. PS Guardians encountered rattlesnakes, and there are others in the area, but Ditch Mumba wins it. Wow, it was not. Yeah. There's a couple. There's many snakes in Africa, and most of them it's just a snake. Stay away. Black mambas and green mambas you are taught 100% to recognise and really stay away from. We had a green mamba that I had to chase out of our garden at one point. It was, well, I thought it was after the puppies, but anyway.
Wait,
Green mubbers climb trees, that's the scary bit.
which puppies? Are puppies now?
No, we don't have green mubbers in this country.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm recording, so shh. Okay, just a little bit of sandpaper, 240 grit, just to even out the scrapes, and they'll essentially be invisible with a little bit of dirt, and a little bit of time, and a little bit of shellac. Mostly. I need to get that out to see what's happening in there. Okay, hit me with questions, people.
Ah, yes, okay. I think this is about the I saw it on the other day. It was a box, like maybe a game. I'm pretty sure that's what we were talking about earlier.
Still doesn't help. It was a box, like maybe a game. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's a hell of a lot. Oh, Game of Death. Okay, it's a poster, that thing. I've got a bunch of stuff. It's an old movie poster.
Let me see. That camera might be able to see me, I'm not sure.
No. Okay.
I'm gonna go get an ice lolly.
You do that. Okay. Orson's shooting off. I'm gonna bring out some fire.
Adios, amigos.
Yeah, so it's got this horrible sort of soft glue in the handle. I'm going to get rid of that. But I need to heat up. I need to heat up the tang or the chisel first, but only around the tang area. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. Oh, let's just use this light tiny burner for now. I absolutely feel naked without a watch on. Okay, little burner, locked on. This is probably not actually gonna do what I want. We'll see. I've lost count of how many times in my average general day I end up needing to use my Leatherman. So look at that. Okay. Seriously, favorite tool of all time has to be my Leatherman. Okay, so let's just leave that there to chill out. And this is the issue. It's yeah, it's not great. It's a particularly rubbery, nasty glue. It's not hide. It's not hide glue. No, I don't think it's hide glue. It's. I don't know. It's weird. The name Cascamite keeps on coming to mind, and I have no idea why that is. But that's what comes to mind. Has anybody got any experience with Cascamite? Potentially. Daniel Marquez says, here in Brazil we have the coral snake, which is a very beautiful, albeit extremely dangerous one. My idea for a custom SG type finish, yes. Good call. For 444 chains, says Ben, are there any high-profile artists who play your guitars live? Not at the moment. So Robert Fripp I've built guitars for, and we still do his signature model, but he still prefers the instruments that he's been playing forever and ever. So he records with ours, tends not to take them out live. He's got his instruments that he takes out, which is fine. Charlie Jones, Goldfrapp's bass player, I've built a bass for him that I have seen him gigging with, so it's potential that he still uses that on the regular, but I again haven't spoken to him for a while. When I started doing YouTube, there was a distinct shift in my business, which it's obviously been for the better. It really has. You guys are not here because there's nearly 200 of you currently watching me just fiddle around with chisels. You're here not because you want to buy my guitars or play my guitars. You're here because you want to learn how to build guitars yourself, which is fine. I early on had a lot of artists get in touch, and we were, you know, heading in the direction of other guitar builders potentially, if you know, and we would have all sorts of artists and things. But the concentration changed from being a guitar builder to being a company that helps other guitar builders, which is where we ended up. And now, after doing that, now things are going to change, because I've set up Crimson. We've got the Luthiers school. It's one of the largest Luthiers schools, if not the largest Luthiers school in the world. We teach more people each year than anybody else that I know of. And that's all well and good, but it's not what I wanted to do with my life. What I wanted to do was be a guitar manufacturer. So yeah, I need to now concentrate on building the guitar side of things, which is something that we've been talking about quite a lot over the last 3 or 4 months. You've seen it on the stream. etc. We're talking about rebranding and doing all sorts of stuff. So with that is going to be getting artists, more artists involved, and we'll go from there. So I'm not sure why so much glue was in here. It, if I get rid of it, the still warm handle fits perfect. It really is still warm. Yeah, it's fitting on there quite nicely. So yeah. Knox says a synthetic resin, it is weatherproof when dry, sold as a powder and is mixed with water before use, has good gap filling properties, suitable for load bearing and laminating. Also known as polymite. Okay. I'm not sure if that is what I've got here, but I don't know. Okay, so that's feeling a lot better now. It's yeah, so there's some glue in there I need to get out. I'm just going to lightly drop the handle that I'm trying to desperately restore on the floor, because I suck. All right, Stephen, catch you later. Okay, that's what I need. All right, so there was some glue, some old wood, etc., all just sitting up in there, and that feels a lot better now. Yeah, nice. Just gonna get the glue that's left on the steel off.
Tony Murphy, blood sugar's okay actually. I stopped for a coffee and I've had some peanuts and all that jazz. It's always fun using one of the tools you're trying to restore its brethren. Okay. So the real thing is I want to make sure that this is straight. Which it currently isn't. Yeah, that'll do. Gareth Travis, that's a very good question. Are we going to make notched straight edges for Mustangs or Jaguars? Gareth Travis, photo. Robert asks, "Is ouch poor chisel?" Not really. It's I haven't finished sharpening them yet, so that's all good. Okay. Yeah, I just need to shut that door because the children are a little bit too loud. I'm not sure why he was shouting traitor, but there we go. So, I've never actually reseated one of these that didn't come already. I've not made a custom socketed thing, so I don't know. What can you do? At this stage, I'm just going to use some thick black super glue. I've got it lined up so that it's nice and straight, and I'm going to make sure that stays lined up nice and straight by just putting a mark in both spots, which can come off shortly. Now this is gap filling super glue. And that's fine. Yep, that looks good. Poor workbench. Haha. Yeah, that feels really good. So Wipe the excess glue off. And we're good to go. Alright, so I've got some blonde shellac that I've mixed up myself, and this is a really good way of finishing vintage tools and of restoring them and cleaning them, but keeping that vintage feel. You don't want to sand these handles back to raw wood. It just loses the whole feel of it. Yeah, I don't know. Whereas this goes over, is the finish that they would have used, and ages in the same sort of way. So even the areas where I've just sanded, so that's, have a look at. If you didn't know it was there, that whole area is almost invisible. Now give me 2 or 3 coats and it will be invisible. Now you don't want to keep on rubbing once it starts to cure. Yeah, lovely. So this is the oak handle. Maybe at some point I'm going to have to make a beech one to match these other ones. Doesn't really bother me. This handle's been with this chisel for long enough that it deserves to live. Fun times, eh? Okay, Walt says, if someday you need to remove the handle again, how would you do it? Heat again? Yes, absolutely. Just heat up the metal. It releases the glue a little bit. It relaxes the wood in exactly the same way as with frets. You warm the fret up and that loosens the wood a little bit. Gareth Travis says, hey Ben, where did you order that kit for your home workshop's extension room from? I love the way it all slotted together. Neat. I think I got it from the company, sheds.co.uk. I'm fairly sure it was them. Yeah, it's a really cool system. Most of the sheds in the UK that are built like that are actually made by one factory, and then they have dealers and different trades companies that buy from them. But sheds.co.uk have a system, have a segment on their website where you can say, hey, what do you have that you could ship tomorrow, kind of thing, which was this. George Davis says, I've just got back from having my weekly coffee with my high school buddies. We try to save the world each week. Never seems to work. Looks like I didn't miss too much. No, George, you did not. Discos2 says, got to shoot off for 30 minutes. Someone has set up a meeting, which could have been an email. It's entirely possible that we will not be here when you get back. We'll see. It depends on how many questions these current 195 odd people ask. Do you have any questions, people? I'm going to tidy up my workbench a little bit so that I can get to sharpening, I suppose. Do you think an old Stanley Handyman plane is worth restoring, or should I just get a new one, or both? Stanley Handyman was their budget range. Was their budget range. They are generally very good planes in general, and well worth restoring. Modern planes are built to a different standard, a different feel than vintage. Modern planes tend to have much thicker castings and be much heavier and less fun to use, in my opinion. Why, thank you. Look at that, iced coffee. Thank you, my love. I should do this live stream thing more often. Yeah, woohoo. So yeah, a modern plane is much heavier for the same size plane. There are less vibrations, and if it's got a thicker blade, it tends to work better. I personally prefer a lighter plane. If I'm going to be planing all day, I want it to be as lightweight as possible. Hell, I would prefer it to be a wooden plane. So it's not saying, hey, a vintage Stanley man is better or worse than a modern Stanley. It's almost two different tools achieving the same result. Personally, I prefer vintage lightweight planes, although I do have some modern, really heavy Lie-Nielsen thick casting tools that, yeah, what can I say? Try them both, see what you think. Gareth Travis says, hey Ben, are you also personally using the Eclipse P3 half mask? Here where we are, we can only find 3M products. I use the Eclipse all the time, and I also have the other respirators for it to turn into a gas mask on my one at headquarters, but stay. 3M products are very, very, very good, if not better. For the longest time I used 3M. I have been asking the office actually to set up a trade account with them, but it's almost impossible to find who to even talk to. So yeah, for the longest time I used 3M products, and I would heartily endorse them 100%. 3M masks are great. I've spent thousands of pounds buying them over the last 20 years, to be honest. So yeah, use what you can get. These are absolutely fine. They're lightweight. I find them very comfortable, and
I fell in love with them and started stocking them and selling them. If I had a choice between stocking and selling the 3M ones and the Eclipse, I'd probably go for the 3M. So there we go. Did that just shoot me in the foot as a dealer? Am I too honest for my own good? Possibly. Andrew Clayton. Apologies if this is treading old ground, but when making Robert Fripp's guitars, did you do anything unorthodox to accommodate his preference for his standard tuning? His preference for non-standard tuning. Okay, so he's got his tuning system, which is it's strange, but it does work, and it does make an instrument interesting to play. I tried for a while to get it, but I'm not smart enough. Let's just put it that way. So yes, to a certain extent, yes. I had to use the Buzz Phaeton tuning system, or the Buzz Phaeton system, in order to set up the instruments for him, and we actually talked to the Buzz Phaeton people to get the correct the settings changed. So you move the nut, there's bits and pieces like that, and then when you're tuning the instrument, you tune certain strings up or down by a cent or two, depending on what you're after, and gauges and all that jazz. So yes, there was a little bit of messing around to do, but you know, nothing major, nothing physical necessarily, or not much physical. Okay. Paul Need says, Ben, between the Vintage Tool Shop and your personal collection, do you have a monopoly on Biltong and Biltong Plus flat chisels? To a certain extent. Yes, absolutely. But the Vintage Tool Shop stock is generally for sales. So in selling Vintage Tool Shop to Crimson and working out the price and the value and all that, I had the wonderful conversation of saying, okay, well, let's just do this, but that means that for the rest of time nobody is allowed to look at me sideways when I help myself to a tool or two. As long as I have a little bit of self-control. We had an absolutely incredible Stanley Sweetheart Bedrock 607 plane come in yesterday. It's going to be selling for about £300. I want it so bad. Oh, it's physical. But anyway, it is what it is. Robert R. is dragging as well. He's going to shut down. Everybody stay safe and healthy. Okay. Questions. Paul Need says, I fell asleep between scraping the back of the neck and prepping to spray the back of the neck. Didn't seem to miss much. No, you did not. A lot of this work just takes a long time, and that's just the way it goes. Whoa. Okay, that's really, 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 really nice. Okay. I'm going to... NTO Steve says, Ben, have you watched the Fripp and Toya videos on YouTube? I have indeed. They're awesome. They're an awesome couple. They're supremely cool, and yeah. Okay, so that needs to go back on the grinder for a little bit. I've not quite taken enough material off. This is good. There's a little bit of glue on the metal, so I'm just going to take this. At this stage, I'm literally only here to answer your questions. So we've got 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. I'm not going to be filming whatever I'm going to do on this chisel. If you have a question, please ask away. I'll see if, well, ask away. If you fancy sending a super chat through, I will 100% answer it. and we'll go from there. The one thing with doing so many live streams is that you guys, the people that tend to watch them, have all of your questions pretty much answered. So at times like this, it does tend to get a little bit quiet. Maybe I should do less live streams. Okay. So there we go. All right, I'm happy with that. I want to sharpen this chisel now. So I'm going to start off with my Shapton stones. I started sharpening with stones, and it's still where I am most comfortable. It really is. So a little bit of water on there. And what I want to see is how flat the backs of these chisels are. They feel like they've been in use for a while. And yeah, look, it's actually, haha. So I'm touching here, not there, and I'm touching there. And that is a trick that I've been taught. If you take away a little bit of material here, then you've still got something that over length is nice and straight and does what you want it to, but it makes sharpening quicker and easier. So this makes me happy. 444 Chains says, has Dave returned the Boggerk beauty yet? And is there going to be more of that going on? I would very much like to work with him more moving forward. And this really truly was just sort of a mutual fan club. I love what he does, and I met him at the Birmingham Guitar Show, and he just looked so happy playing that guitar. Without even thinking, I asked him if he wanted to borrow it, and that's just the way it is. As a company, as a business, yes, I need to talk to him about doing something moving forward, and rest assured. Do you know what? Rest assured, I will. Right now. Sorry, this is boring, isn't it? Dump, dump. Do 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 do. There we go. Message sent. Now, he can help me relic my mod projects. That's from Paul Cook. He's got some interesting vintage guitars. Actually, I would like to visit him and talk with him. He really knows his shit. He knows more about older guitars than I do, and I would very much like to do a couple of video collaborations on that level. So yeah, let's see what happens. Maybe that's something I can do. We can film his collection on my channel and whatever. He's just an awesome musician, and actually hearing somebody like that playing something that I made, that makes me very happy. It really does. Okay, I do need to go. Ooh, what's that? There's a little bit of glue on there. Get off. Yeah, I would like to work with artists more, but as I said, we've been thinking about other things and working on other things recently. Why is a nut called a nut? I have no idea. Paul Cook says nut is a German thing, I think. Something to do with the lute, potentially. So this is a 2000 grade stone I'm on here, and it's actually not quite coarse enough. There is a little bit more work to do than I'd hoped. So here we go. You can see I'm flattening that area, but the edge, that left hand edge here is not getting flat. So yeah, back to a coarser grade stone it is. Bob Quigley says my fretboard is flat. Yay! Time for a radius. Paul Need says, could be worse, Ben. Could be a real-time video of a CNC neck carving operation using a semi-pro CNC. I think that watching real-time chisel sharpening is potentially pretty boring. It's the conversation that makes this worthwhile, but yeah. Ask me questions. Jacob Cruz says, I've always been able to get a more accurate and sharper edge with whetstones. I love using them. I agree. That's the thing. So I no longer think that the Scary Sharp system is of the devil, shall we say. I no longer think that, but I do prefer a good set of whetstones. Now I've changed my entire method. I don't mind using the ruler trick, although I think a ruler is too thick, just a piece of tape on the edge, for a plain blade, which essentially raises the angle by, I don't know, 1/10 of a degree or something. And that doesn't affect how the plane works, but it does make the sharpening a lot easier. And I have, in the last 3 or 4 years, changed to a point where I don't mind cutting away a small segment of material here, again, a micron or two, to make the sharpening on the stones more accurate. I don't feel that the Scary Sharp system ends up with the same results, essentially. I should probably be filming this, but hey. Rab Knox says chisel sharpening isn't boring when you want to do it better yourself. That's a very good point. I think it's one of those things you have to be prepared to suck at it
for a while in order to get good. I'm still getting better now. George Davis says, I just got an email that Tommy Brunette, who is the CEO of Iron Smoke Distillery, and the Tommy Brunette Band will be doing a demo of my whiskey barrel GGBO build on Tuesday and giving me an honest opinion. That is incredibly cool. Okay, so I've got to the point where I'm pretty much going all the way up to the edge, which is excellent. So a 20-degree angle here does feel weird. I naturally want to sharpen at a higher angle. So I'm holding down on the bevel itself to keep it seated. Got a little bit where it's not quite touching, you just see it shade there, but that's cool. And then every now and then you break the burr on that side and you keep on working till it's all together. Matt Thomas says, Ben, you are teaching us your technique. What question? Pretty much. To us, I mean, yes. The technique I currently use, at least. Huh. Sunbase says, just tuning in, was in the basement making wood chips this morning. I had a warped rosewood neck blank that is now knobs and bridge planks. It sucks when that sort of thing happens. Ooh, Paul Cook says, the word may have come from the German nut, pronounced nut, meaning groove or slot. I knew I'd read it somewhere. It was my 100 but why questions when I started playing, lol. That's really interesting. But Lisa says, that is correct, Paul, but we have the word nut for a groove, but I find it interesting that we don't use it for the guitar. We call the guitar nut the guitar saddle. Gitarrensattel. Sattel? I can't pronounce it. And we've got a super chat here from Stian TV. It says, hi, Crimson sells 5 finishing products. High build, penetrating, water-based lacquer, water-based oil, and melamine. What's the difference? When to use? Okay, melamine is relatively fast, high build, and it's one of the products that people will know, and as such I wanted to add it. People asked us if we would sell them high quality melamine that they knew would work, and I said yeah, why not? Doesn't hurt us. Water-based oil we are taking off eventually. It is too close to the water-based lacquer and I prefer the lacquer, so essentially whatever we've currently got in stock is the last stock of that. You guys know, just get the water-based lacquer. The water-based lacquer is a high build lacquer. It wipe on, it doesn't color the finish in any way, so if you
want that sort of golden lovely look that you get from an oil or an aging nitro or something like that, then put a shellac underneath. If you want a guitar that looks blonde and stays blonde and you know, absolutely uncolored by the finish, then the water-based lacquer is perfect. But for example, if you're in a home workshop and you don't want to spray rattle cans and that sort of thing, the water-based lacquer is perfect for a relatively high build finish. I used it to get a gloss finish on the Shrek build. I used it to get a gloss or a quick finish on the bass build recently. It's just one of those things. And the guitar finishing oil, high build and penetrating base, are both the same stuff. The penetrating oil, if you have got porous wood, it's thinner and it goes deep and deeper, and thus gives you a stronger bond and a little bit more protection within the wood. I generally start with that and apply 2 or 3 coats in one shot, and then I'll go to the high build after that, which has got a larger amount of solids in it, and you can build up in half the time you can build up a comparable sort of semi-gloss or satiny finish, essentially. Whew. We are also going to be adding tung oil, which is 100% natural finish, and hell, there's different variations of that, I was told in the chat the other day, so there we go. Lisa says A+ pronunciation, bud. Ha! Yeah. Mr. Waffles, did he just scratch his head with a freshly sharpened chisel? It's not quite finished being sharp, and I was scratching the side of the chisel, so yes. Playing with fire. So at this point, every time I touch the beveled side, I'm making a burr on the back side, and you take that off and we're good. So now I've got this chisel, and then vice versa, I've got a little burr on the beveled edge now as well. So that is pretty much good. You've got a little bit right at the corner there, so I still need to go a little bit more. It's perverse, but the longer it takes to sharpen a chisel, the longer it's probably going to stay sharp. If you can get something absolutely perfectly flat really rapidly, then that doesn't bode well for how hard the steel is. Mr. Waffle says tung oil is one thing, and tung oil finish is many things, and that's the thing. So there's polymerized tung oils, and there's various different versions and options. So we're looking into that right now. Daniel Marquez, have a good lunch here in Brazil. Sounds sounds awesome. And at this point, it's just about cleaning everything and really looking at what I've got going on.
Go to the Roadie says, how often, if ever, do you have to sharpen your Leatherman? It's a difficult question. So, not very often. It is good steel, and it keeps an edge very well. The thing is, what am I using the knife on the Leatherman for? And generally, it's not for fine work. Now, I actually carry two. I've got the Leatherman Charge TI, I think it is. It's a titanium beastie because it's just so cool. And this is relatively blunt because I use this on the daily for opening packages and things, and it always just gets gunked up with glue and stuff. But then I've also got this little one here. This is the Leatherman Free T4. This one I sharpen on a semi-regular basis. I will, not quite sharpen, but I will use the strop. And this one is used for delicate, gentle work. Or if I want to, if I'm out and I'm doing any whittling or anything like that, this is what it is. So, yeah, they have their purposes, but it's two different things. Sharpening knives is such an awkward thing. At least knives with a sort of curved blade. There we go. Daniel Marquez, before I go, he says, how often do you flatten your whetstones? So these are, that's a really good question. These are Shapton stones, so they're ceramic, diamond impregnated, I don't know. They're really good and they're really hard stones. So they stay flat for much longer. Come on, here we go. Whew. I do flatten them on a semi-regular basis, but only when it needs to be. And I use the Shapton diamond lapping plate for this. So essentially, I wouldn't be surprised if these stones pretty much last me the rest of my life. Yeah, that didn't actually need to be flattened. That's she's good, Joe. Since I'm in the mode, however, it's my 2000 fresh water. So these stones are super expensive. They are not cheap, but they are, wow, very high quality. So there you can see a small area where I've spent a little bit more time, where it is a little bit not flat. Now, when I was using traditional water stones, I would flatten them every single use. So this one I haven't actually flattened for quite some time, it looks like. And I'm happy to leave that there. I don't need to go any further. That's a sort of a micron or so, and yeah, it's not an issue, but it's also going to be gone in a few seconds. There we go. It says I need to, it's just like mattresses, turn them over. Now this one you can see where I've taken a huge chunk out, and that's been there since pretty much the day I got these stones. It's quite deep. There you go. So in reality, I'm not going to need to flatten these stones for a number of years. No, number of years. A number of uses, say 5 or 6 serious sharpenings with a number of tools, I would say. Paul Need says, question, with traditional chisel-like wood drills, is it possible to grind the brad, or whatever it's called? The ones on mine are way too long for what I need them to do. It is possible, not necessarily advisable. The main thing that you need to do is make absolutely certain that that the point stays absolutely centered. And that is not easy to do. I would suggest that what you need is to go and buy a Forstner bit of the right dimension. So you're talking about drill bits like this one. And yes, I have ground that point down before in order to achieve what I need. But you need a Forstner bit where the point is almost non-existent. Okay. I've never looked at the back of that. All right, everybody, it is 5 o'clock in the evening UK time. I've been streaming for 6 hours exactly, and I feel the need to stop. So, unless you missed it earlier on, I'm going to be changing the format somewhat. I will be scheduling on days where I want to stream for a full day. I will be scheduling 2 streams with a half-hour break in the middle so that I can sit down and take a phone call or 2, have a coffee, and most importantly, not be talking for 20 minutes or so. In other words, I'll probably make phone calls, actually, really. And that means that you will have notifications, you'll have a couple more notifications, which I apologize for, but it should make everything a little bit more seamless when you're actually here. And in the end, we want to make all of these things more user-friendly to the viewer, really. Nobody wants to watch me eat. This is not a mukbang channel. Yeah, so there we go. So that's going to be happening. The live stream Q&A is
still happening on Sunday evenings, absolutely, but you'll be getting pings for other live stream. The Monday live stream will be 2 probably, well, will be 2, and then and probably also starting earlier. So we'll have one start at 9:30, say 9:30 to 12:30, and then 1 to the end of the day or something like that. I'll figure that out moving forward. Marshall Levine just got back. Said, so glad I got back to say goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, it's a non-stop roller coaster. I can't believe this is the second full day of live streams this week, and actually, yeah, the neck is varnished, and as such is in exactly the same state it was in this morning. We took 14 steps back, 14 steps forward, and are at exactly the same point. So, yay. Back on Monday to actually finish that project. We'll see. Thank you for watching. Click like, subscribe, be cool. Go make some sawdust. You guys awesome. See you later. Bye. Hi, Stu. Bye. Ay, ay, ay.